Hello and welcome. Right, we are back at it again. This is how we finished. Not too bad. You guys and girls did an amazing job just designing these bits and pieces. Now we've created a backdrop with the laptop on this side. When the laptop is normally on the other side for me to build, we've got some bits and pieces to think of what is going to go in front of the Avengers Tower. We've got a huge amount of work to do underneath this table. So I'm going to be in quite an awkward position for a while today. But that is what we do. I say you guys and girls did. So plenty of space, all of the paths and everything going to be added in. Forget the corner garage because that is literally just been used as a toilet. And as it wraps around, well, you've got plenty of options to do different bits and pieces with. And then we added in all of the alleyway. I've managed to get the dragon now back up on the top, and it's starting to look a little bit more like a theme park. So that is what we've got to keep in mind when we are doing these videos. It's very much a case of everything is going to connect as one big theme park. So this is the drop tower at Universal. You've obviously then got the alleyway with the Harry Potter rides. So they're all within there. The Ghostbuster Firehouse is, of course, the ride in Dubai and so on and so forth. So that's how we're starting to do those kind of things. I'm going to have to put you in an awkward position, which we are going to start underneath the table. Now, we did a template for Mario, and we just to basically clean it up, and we knew exactly how many base plates there was. We got 15 base plates of space just there. But then things started to snowball, as they always do. And how this finished originally didn't quite sit right with me because it didn't work with the display that I had. Now it does, which is fantastic. It now just means we need to move things about. So we still got the lands, it's just the location that they're going in. Now, bearing in mind, if you are watching this on the replay, we've got a double deep Kallax that we can do something with. We've got space on top of a Kallax for another 6 base plates of whatever. We've got 15 base plates, if not more, directly to my right hand side. Then there's some more base plates underneath that table. Then there's another 9 base plates under the red roller coaster as well. So yeah, there's food for thought with regards to what is going to be done. I'm going to move you into the right location. We've got to pull Rivendell out. We've got to get the Burrow out. We've got to get basically pull or stack the base plates up. That was for Mario. Bowser will get rehomed. So I'm just going to put Bowser somewhere safe, and then we're still going to do the same design, but just on a smaller scale. So there we go. That is a very, very quick introduction. Of course, as we go through doing this, we can do a little bit of research for different sets and all of that kind of thing. So we do need. So Jay has found the new channel membership emoji, and he is now christening the golden toilet paper. I thought that's Jay all over. So there he is. Look, he's in a golden throne using me as a toilet break. with the golden toilet paper. So massive thank you again to Ryan for doing 10 gift memberships yesterday. That was very, very kind of him. So Kingdom, good afternoon to you. Jay, good afternoon to you. Ultrabricks, good afternoon to you. And everybody else that is just joining me now, hello and welcome. Nice and simple. So yeah, we've got a fair bit to get through. So just what we want to try and achieve is this, again, this sort of real nice space where, like I said, I've got the alleyway hidden in, and we've got like a Harry Potter section hidden within, like it is at Universal and all that kind of stuff. Gonna have to pull things out to pull things back in, blah, 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 blah. Now, the first thing I need you guys and girls to let me know and what you think would look best is this thing to my right-hand side, which of course is the gorgeous Mountain Fortress Bricklink Design Program Series 1 castle. Do I have it shut so it looks like it does, but we see it from that side? Or do we have it open? So we have got options to pick from. We've got other options that we need to do, and there's certain bits and pieces that we need to think of. So yeah, you guys and girls need to let me know with that. Now I need to get you in the correct place, get you plugged in, get the little lights on go, pull out the sets to put onto this table, put the correct color base plates down, because that's another thing that we've got to talk about, because we need different color base plates underneath that table, because we've got green, blue, and sand. And of course, well, we're going to need white, aren't we, for different bits and bobs. And then basically cry myself to sleep. So let's get these bits and pieces moved over. Let's get these bits and pieces wrapped around. We'll pull out the medieval stuff to plonk it all back in again. So let's locate you roughly there. So I'm going to be on my hands and knees down there. So I think that's where that's going to have to be. Let's get all the cabling sorted. I might have to turn the one light off and then put the other lights on, just because of how awkward all of these different bits and pieces are. And then, yeah, you guys and girls, let me know where the best place is to put all of these things. And I've got it's really difficult to do this up here because I have to obviously keep moving different bits and pieces around. So it's all good. All good fun. Right, there we go. So I'm on the move. I'm now back up, which is great. Are you being blinded by that light? I'm not too sure. So we have got these lights underneath here, which I think... All right, it's not too bad, is it? It's not too dark. That's only one little light as well, by the way. That's how amazing these things are. So all of that's got to come out because it got thrown down here yesterday. And then we've got to figure out how we're going to do the train, because of course we've got the Orient Express that we need to think about and all that kind of thing as well. I am going to turn this other light off, I think, because it's going to lag otherwise. So let's just get all this nailed and correct. So let's turn that off. I think that might be a little bit easier on the eye. So yeah, we've got to think of where is Rivendell going to go. Is it underneath here? Does it sit in front of the Avengers Tower? My most random idea. Look at that idea with a light bulb. See what we've done there. Would be the shaft of the idea. Sorry, let me reread that. Would the shaft of the idea fit on the shadow box at the corner where the roof is slightly higher? Now, I could potentially top trump you on that one. Would the whole thing fit where the shadow box is and the shadow box gets pulled out? That's the thing. Would I don't know if the whole thing. If we took the shadow box out, I don't know if the whole eyeball would fit. Pretty sure the eyeball would definitely fit where the 8080 is. And that would definitely. Oh, I don't know. That is a very random way to start. It's not a bad shout. Because I've got what Jay's talking about is the Lord of the Rings big eyeball. That's just over there. So we've got basically you've got to treat each section as different land, like you would do with a park map as you start going through the different bits and pieces like that. So there's a Pokemon land coming without a shadow of a doubt. I'm going to backtrack some of the Mattel stuff because they've got the big Pokemon centers and all that kind of stuff, and then mash it in with some of the new Lego Pokemon things that are going to be coming. So yeah, we'll try that later on then. We'll try that later on because I'll get. Does it fit? The eyeball fits where it is. The eyeball would also fit in front of the. The eyeball would also fit in front of the Avengers Tower. So that is also food for thought. So when I'll pull everything out, and then when we start putting things back, we can maybe chop and change and do different bits and pieces. So I have got more stuff on the top of that table. So there's the little medieval market village thing that you've got, and then there's the Shire that's there as well. So well, it is the eyeball to me is DC. It's the Lego Batman movie, and it's exactly what makes me. So I've always said if I had to sell everything, I would try and keep the Winter Village stuff permanently because it's just something that you could use every single year, and then after that, it would maybe be Ninjago as well. So that's the order, and then everything else will sort of fall into place. But same question to everybody else: what is everybody's favourite theme? That is a very good call. So why don't we do that as today's poll? So, what is your fave theme ever? We would do Lord of the Rings, Winter Village, superhero, other. Right, there we go. We always have a poll running traditionally. That's the first question that's come in. Benjamin B says, "What's your favourite Lego set? What is your favourite?" I'm going to put the Lego theme for this, but regards to my favourite actual Lego set, probably the Ninjago City from the original movie. I would think. Yeah. /set. There we go. Poll is running. Poll is running. There we go. What a Benjamin B. So Sean is having a shower and a bath, apparently. There's a shower and a bath. I wonder if I can get a golden bathtub. That's something I could try and add in as well, Jay. We could do that. You've also got a new Wonka thing as well. So there's a couple of new emojis Jay can have a play with. Gives height on the side. Then yeah, that's true. Because so in that corner, there is the shadow box that is there. But you can it's quite a big space as well because you've got a couple of base plates in front of it. So we are going to be doing a medieval theme park-esque type display now. We've got all the roller coasters in place. So we're creating displays as lands, Benjamin. That's how we're doing it. So just imagine when you go around the theme park and you've got your park map. This bit is all like the city walk, or where you've got like the superhero section, where you got the Harry Potter bit from Universal. You got the Daily Bugle in there. You got all sorts of other little bits and pieces, but we are tucking into here. And yeah, we've got, we have. So you've got the AT-AT is just walking through. AT-AT is walking through the city. We've got the big Death Star up top, and then underneath the table is where the Star Wars land is going to be. So yeah, we've got Star Wars stuff to be added as well. So yeah, it's just literally section by section by section as we do these things. So let's start to move some of these things out, just so we can see what we've got for space. Jay, if you could be very kind, because that would be splendid. Could you give me the length of the eyeball, please, so I can actually get the tape measure out? Because I don't know if that would actually directly wrap around or not. And I've moved everything, and I've moved flipping tape measures as well. Oh, that's just there. See, I had it right by my knee. Reese, good afternoon to you, Reese. How are we? Yeah, look, Ben, it is the only thing, and everybody else can vouch for this. The Death Star is the only thing that's actually fitted into a place where we wanted it to, because the roof is like this, and it just happens that Death Star is on the angle, literally, of the roof. So hang on, let me just move all of the cable in. So when you sit down like that, that's what it's looked like. So it's literally touching the roof. When we built that live, I could not believe it fitted in there. I was so happy. I mean, you can't because even the laser prong, I had to take the bit of the laser out for it to do. So Reese he's seen the golden toilet. We've got the golden, and we've got the Lego heads as well. And there's another one in there as well. There's another Wonka bar in there. 83 centimeters. Oh. 83 centimeters. Sean, how are you getting on with your life? Are you getting on with your build, by the way? Is anybody building anything today? Yeah, it's just fluke that it fitted in there. I mean, to be fair, I eyeballed it. I did a 3x3 base plate on that, and I thought it has to work. Nothing else has ever worked for me, and that's what, because if it didn't fit there, absolutely stuffed. I would have to have sold it. There's physically nowhere else that thing could go because it is huge. 83 centimeters, or just over 32 inches of length. So if I go from the bottom of the table, right, that's 83. That is going to be unbelievably close. It all depends on the rubber prong, because if it will go behind here, so that here now, for it to fit, that looks like it's smack on 29 inches, which is what, 75 centimeters. So that is not going to work. It can come. If it came out, obviously, if it comes over more, we might be able to do it. It's in the loft, yeah. So it's in the top of the roof. So it's just a bit of a pig with regards to. There's certain things that look amazing in certain places, and it just doesn't fit with the ceiling height. But I know what Jay's trying to do. It would go in front of the jazz club in the corner, though. And Reese looks like building the second floor of the jazz club for Reese as well. So Reese is building away, which is always good. Jay has got a lot of plans in place, so he'll be sharing those with everybody, I'm sure, as the chat commences. But yeah, some naughty ideas for that. But yeah, we've got. I don't know if we put the eyeball in front of the Avengers Tower and the Daily Bugle instead. I don't know if we put it there, Jay. Right, so we have got Rivendell, the Bricklinks in our program, Medieval Castle, Shire, train track, and other stuff to go somewhere. And a lot of it will have to go in here. If the eyeball goes in front of the Avengers Tower and the Daily Bugle, then the Rivendell could potentially go where the eyeball is, and it keeps it as the greenery section of that. Benjamin is saying, I'm building the UCS ATST on my channel the other night. Oh, yeah, because there's space just at the top, just beside the Death Star on the left-hand side. I've got the small ATST with the UCS probe, but the UCS AT-80, the one that you're doing, would fit, again, just up on that shelf, so I could have all three. So it comes from the middle of the ceiling and it wraps down in between the city and it comes back down again. But again, I'm doing it from a theme park look. So just imagine you've got a park map and you're walking around and all that kind of thing. Everybody that has liked the video so far, guys, thank you very much indeed. Because of course, it helps with the algorithm massively. 8 votes in already. What is your favorite theme/set ever? 38% for other, 62% for Lord of the Rings. And I'm assuming it's either the eyeball or the Rivendell, because the Shire is an absolute shambles compared to the other two, let's be honest. Yes, think the eyeball needs to be in that area. You will work it out, yeah. So what you got things, or what's that going to snowball into? Is that where does the big Pokemon set then go beside the eyeball where this laptop is right now? So I need to think that far ahead, because once it's in, I'd literally have to move the whole display out to get the little bits and pieces in if there's space not meant for or left. But yeah, we could, if we move the eyeball, we could bring Rivendell up to the top. So that way I see Rivendell, you guys see the eyeball. And the Rivendell then would be close to the haunted house and close to the carousel. So we could do that. We could do that kind of thing. But I just don't know. So let's get these down. Let's get some of this down anyway, and then we can start to play. We can start to play tag. That's what we can. Oh, that's what we can do. We're starting the medieval fantasy stuff. So it's all the stuff that I moved yesterday to get the city bit done, and now I need to get all of this placed in certain areas. So certain stuff, because if it it's going down here. So underneath here we've got loads of space, but we can also extend it underneath the next table, which is easy enough. So we can put a train track down. We can do all that kind of stuff. We know there's 15 base plates of space here because the Mario Kart was a template to go down here, but that now can just be relocated into the Kallax, no problem whatsoever. But Jay has just come up with a point of the eyeball is probably the most important thing. I have the eyeball as Disney. I can't replace the AT-80. I could. If the AT-80 wasn't there, the eyeball would fit. But I think the AT-80 looked quite nice walking through the city. So if I put you, just for a second or two, up onto the top, what do you think, or where do you think it should go? So that's the backdrop. So where would it go if the backdrop was that way? Because that's the angle I would have it, so you wouldn't see the eyeball over on this bit because it would be spun round more. That's one of the other angles you would have. So that's the main, whatever goes here is going to be on camera pretty much the most. So we could probably put the shaft there of the eyeball, or we put Rivendell there. If you guys and girls want one or the other, and then the rest of it goes underneath here, just have a think of what you want just here. So yeah, just yeah, because I know what Jay's thinking. It's just really awkward. I think the substitute option for what Jay is saying is we put something on top of the shadow box for height, which I think I've got a little Ferris wheel for now, which we could do, and then replace it with a rubber ducky because that's what Jay wanted. So hang on. So just for it to stand out, because I think this would fit. I think that would go. Yes, it would. So if the Ferris wheel, for example, was a rubber duck, what does that look like? So that's an option. I can actually just leave it there. That doesn't look too bad, actually. What do you think of that? It's a little Ferris wheel up top. Because that's what you would see. Yeah, the T-Rex can. Well, yeah, the T-Rex has got some options now because the T-Rex fits at the very, very back. So if we move the History Museum and we moved just those bits, the length of that T-Rex could go all the way to the back of the table. That's where it used to be. So it's quite deep. So if that moved, we get the Jurassic Park gates where they were. This could go directly behind the gates and it would fit. The other option is the T-Rex. Obviously, I've only put the T-Rex angled to fit you guys on the table because this was spun all the way around. This at the moment spun does fit. It does fit in the gap directly over, but it just depends on what you want on show there. Because you've got the T-Rex and it fits straight over. So that could go there. And then what that frees up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that frees up 8 base plates of space up top. But we did that. We can't move the eyeball. And then Rivendell can't go there either. Whereas if the T-Rex went where the Natural History Museum is, eyeball can go around there somewhere. And I don't think it's going to block it off. Rivendell would go up where the eyeball is, and then the Shire can just go with the. Oh no, actually, the Rivendell actually just goes underneath the table. So yeah, Rivendell underneath the table, the fantasy stuff. So okay, so if we're going for that plan of attack, which I'm happy with, what do we put where the eyeball is now? There's nothing that I'm doing now that will go there, is there? Because T-Rex could actually fit there. The T-Rex could actually go where the eyeball is, and it go length on that table, and then you've got the horror bit with that. But yeah, we got options. We have got options. So yeah, just throw them at me. Just throw them at me with regards to what we got, because I know that this is going to be the most thing that you guys and girls are going to talk about. So that's option 1. Option 2 be the eyeball. Option 3 is Rivendell. So yeah, but I've got to spin that back round and then put the laptop on. So you're not going to see it. You're not going to see it for now, because of course what we did yesterday was that backdrop. That's what we did yesterday. So we did all of that, wrapped all of that around, and then did all those bits and pieces up top, up on there, and then just shove the little Ferris wheel up there for now, which will be replaced by a duck. So yeah, the eyeball can't fit. But that's basically going to be That's going to be the building view. What you're looking at now is going to be the building view. So, yeah, I think Rivendell probably best underneath the table. So we'll move the eyeball once this stuff's been placed in. So I guess the first discussion is, do we have the medieval castle open or closed? Because if Jurassic, if the yeah, because we've got a lot of options. It's just I want to utilize the space as best as I can, basically. So if anybody's got any of these ideas, and of course, good afternoon, Brickford. Sorry, I read your comment out, but didn't actually say your name. So good afternoon to Brickford. I'm off to move stuff. I may be lurking. So there it is. Jay's found the new Wonka bar emoji as well. So there's your three bits and pieces on there. Keep us up to date, Joe, with how you're getting on. Because Jay's basically doing the same thing I am at the moment. He's moving all of his bits and pieces around as well. So yeah, we can tuck into all of that and see exactly what's what. Rivendell go directly behind me, or does it go against that wall on the side? That's the other thing. That's the other thing to think of as well. But yeah, we threw all of these bits in here yesterday because I didn't have anywhere else to put them, and now I've made space. We've got the Dungeons and Dragons set, don't forget, as well. So there's D&D to happen. We've got the Orient Express that needs to be put back down. So we can get a rough template in, which should be good. And then we could go, so we did, I suppose if we did a rough template of this, moved Lord of the Rings to see if it works there. Because if it doesn't work there, then the eyeball would stay as it is. And then that would affect everything else up on this table. So yeah, there's no really easy way of doing it, to be honest, because these sets are so big, so big, and I've got parts everywhere. And we've got the little Mario down on here, so Mario's getting shunted down to a new area, which is fine. So for now, Mario can just be tucked safe and sound out the way, because we've got the big Bowser, and in another live stream we can re-put down the track in a different section, and then I've got those little sets to build back up, and that's the stuff that we can do. So, but yeah, this thing finished. This thing's massive as well. Look, see, beautiful this is. Would you get Barrandor first or Rivendell? That's the question. Well, I've got them both, Reese. I've got them. So that's what we're about to place. So that is a question to everybody else. The big question of the Lord of the Rings is, if you could only get one, what would you get? Would you get the Rivendell or the eyeball? Because I'm looking at the Rivendell and the eyeball to my right-hand side now. Sunday Bricks, good afternoon. How are we? Without including this evening, because we'll do another probably 90 minutes tonight, for Series 10, we must have done probably 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13-ish. Because I think we did a couple of 3 hours, a couple of 3.5. So yeah, about 14, maybe 15. Shire looks fine, but it's because it came third. If it came out first and then the Rivendell came out, then the eyeball came out. But it's just because it came out last and it's the first one to retire. I think some people were like, oh, but yeah, I've got the Shire. I've got all 3 of the Lord of the Rings sets. They'll be going back in here, but yeah, we'll just be moving these to make the space. But yeah, it's because everybody really likes the Rivendell, don't they? So everybody likes that. That is the thing. So yeah, there's some nice sets about. but I've got. So where this tabletop is, where you are, and where we've got the loop coaster and the Jurassic Park gates, and it wraps around into sort of like the horror section. I'm going to do like a horseshoe Pokemon display. So I need quite a bit of space for the Pokemon display. So, oh right, okay. So it's quite a simple way of breaking it down, really, Reese, because you've got one that's really tall but doesn't take up as much space at the bottom, and then you've got one that's absolutely massive. So, yeah, you got one or the other. So Rivendell itself is huge, just there, and the eyeball is really, really very, very, very tall. No, this is what I think that it's not like people don't like the Shire. I think it's not fair for the Shire, which is a completely different price point, isn't it? Yes, I did. So I started to do a bit of research. So good afternoon to HK. I had a look at the German winter market, wasn't it? That's the one that for a rebrickable one. And I was like, oh, 8,800 pieces that. So I don't know if Sean is lurking in the background, but I haven't had time to send that over to Sean yet. But I know that could be an option instead of doing the big gingerbread castle, because it would be much easier to fit. So yes, there's some very nice bits. So that's what we're going to be doing over the next couple of weeks. We're going to be looking at all of the rebrickable stuff. We're going to be looking at all of the Lego Ideas stuff, a bit like how we've been doing with the Bricklink, and of course a lot of history of sets and all that kind of thing. Right, so HK. Let me see. I just need to find the exact. Oh, actually, no, it's German market rebrickable, isn't it? German market rebrickable. There it is. Got it. Easy. Found it. So yeah, this is the set that got sent. Again, appreciate everybody that sends me all this stuff. This thing is so gorgeous. Look at this. So here it is. So this is what HK sent to me. What a thing of beauty. Scale mind as well. It looks like it's micro scale, but it's not, because when you start to look at the actual figures, the building's just very, very big. But it's 8,866 pieces. So it's a chunky monkey for the mock. But yeah, loads of detailing on that. You've got the full market on the inside. Could add a light kit if you wanted to it. It does look very, very effective. So yeah, we'll be going over all of these rebrickable sets. Probably have to go over if I can sort of dissect it theme by theme. We might have to do like a rebrickable castle one again, a rebrickable winter one again, and I also need to do the ideas stuff, because I don't think they get shown off enough. I don't think the Bricklink sets get shown off enough. I don't think the Lego Ideas sets definitely don't get shown off enough. But no, these look, I think, very, very, very good indeed. So again, massive congratulations to the designers on these, because they look incredible. But yeah, there's some nice bits and pieces popping up on the screen at the moment. Can I just click on it now? So if I do that way, that'd be easier. So yeah, loads and loads of detail. You've got all the museum on the inside of that one. Little Easter eggs to all of the other little bits and bobs. Do you like the fire? So yeah, I do like the look of this one. I think this is very, very smart indeed. So the question is, what do you guys and girls think of it? I think that's a very, very smart looking thing. Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, the castle is massive though, isn't it? Because the castle's like the same size as I think it's a much taller shaft, whereas this would actually be a little bit easy to display. But yeah, there's some nice stuff about. So yeah, some of the mocks at the moment are amazing. All right, let's just get this. Okay, so the reason why this is taking me so long, by the way, is I've got to crawl underneath a table to keep moving all this stuff. So you guys and girls just have to entertain yourselves. Reese can show off the new little emojis. Just type up. I think there's 7 for you to have a play with now, Reese, I think. Just drop that, by the way. That's good, isn't it? I've just dropped his length. That was what that noise was. Just hit the table as it went down. Oh, no, that didn't go well. That one didn't go too well. That's getting quite tiring crawling underneath this. There you go, Reese. Look, so yeah, I can change some of them. I just can't add any more. So I think they're clear. They're clear enough. You've got the golden toilet paper, golden toilet, the Lego heads, and of course we've got all 3 Willy Wonka ones and a biohazard for Jay himself and Sean, because both of them break the U-bend. So yeah, some bit of fun in there for everybody. Oh, if Ryan is lurking in the background, if Ryan is in the shadows, very, very kind. Right, that's the burrow. Right, so I think now what I can start doing is launching some of these things in. Yes, you've got the golden throne, there's golden toilet paper and a biohazard for people that wanted to know. I nearly added the Jurassic Park one where he's been eaten on the toilet, but I didn't have enough time to do it. So we will swap them out and I'll keep you on your toes. So with regards to this layout, I'm assuming we're going to have to put the big castle on that corner. I think that's where we're going to have to start and then work our way out so we can create like a very similar thing to what I had before, because we had the castle in the corner, Rivendell was here, and we had the other little bits and pieces there. I can start to make space, because once I made enough space to get the eyeball onto this table, I can see the eyeball would fit in front of the Avengers Tower, because if the eyeball fits in front of the Avengers Tower, then that gives us lots of options to keep Rivendell on top of the table, and you would just see it from another angle. So yeah, 8,800 pieces, Ultra Bricks. It's mega. So just remind me when Sean has had his bath with his rubber ducky. We'll show that off, because I haven't had time to message much this morning. So normally the second I get shown a load of sets like that, I'm all over it, but just didn't have the time at the moment. So now, yeah, so it's just a case of, I think the Mountain Fortress is the first set that's going to have to go in, but it's just where it goes. It's just what side. I think we're going to have to go put it against that top bit. Of course, these are all the sets ready for the Mario Kart go-kart display, because obviously Mario Kart's going to be the actual track that we're going to be doing. So that should look nice. Yeah, we've got all sorts of Star Wars stuff here. We've got the Ghost. We've got underneath here Sail Barge, Venator. The Republic gunship looks really nice on the stand. So yeah, we spaced this, but don't forget we're going to have the Enterprise back up on the roof. Yeah, I can't. It's a shame. I would, but I can't add him on this software. We could do it later. Tonight, I'll go like, oh, no. I'm going live again tonight. Just for literally 90 minutes to just recap all of the Bricklink stuff. And obviously, don't forget Series 7 goes live tomorrow. So yeah, we've got all of Series 7 to have a look at tonight for tomorrow. And yeah, so there'll be the double whammy again today. Now, let's do green. There's all the D&D characters. There's the train characters. I'll be adding all of those. I'll be actually making up the dioramas with you separately. You've just got to get all these things placed. So if I am putting the castle in, we've obviously got to put the white base plates down. So I've got to buy it first, Reese. I've got to buy it. But that's this redoing this move by putting all this stuff up here. I'm putting the Enterprise over the Pokemon because it actually links. I know it's stupid, but it does actually work. So if you watch the first couple of episodes of Pokemon and the space boulder appears, and that's where the Pokemon were formed, because that's where the Pokemon started from. Yeah, it just happens to be like, well, Starship Enterprise, off it goes, finds a Pokemon world, happy days. Yeah, so you can't go wrong with that. So I might even have Patrick Stewart taking a photo of the of one of the Pokemon sets. Things we do for a bit of fun. But yeah, it's obviously being a theme park scenario. I think we can do that. And I sent this to Jay. I don't know if Jay is lurking in the background, but I sent this to Jay to get a reaction from him. I got no reaction from him whatsoever. He just carried on talking about some toy that had just come out. Universal Studios have now got the license for Pokemon. Universal's coming to the UK. So if you're a fan of Pokemon, it's a brand new thing that they're doing. They could bring Pokemon to the UK first. It is supposed to be, I think it's been clarified that he's going to be doing it in Florida. But if it's going to be anything like what they've got over in Japan, then you're going to be in for a right treat with all of that kind of stuff. Right, so there's two. Am I keeping the shutter open? What do we think? Do I have it shut for a change, or do we have it open? Because if I have it shut, it would be a completely different look. Don't forget, this is very, very, very difficult to move around as well. So I can only do what I can do, basically. If it goes smash, it goes smash. That's life. So we will see. But yeah, I got very excited when I heard it was coming to Universal. And obviously, I'm a big Universal theme park fan, going to all the different ones around the world when I can. So Universal is supposed to be getting Pokemon and potentially all the rings. So yeah, that's pretty cool. And Sean loves the Pokemon theme tune. He was the first one to sing it in the chat the day it came out. He sang the whole thing for us as well, which is very kind of him. Oh yeah, I broke the base of this, didn't I? Oh bugger. I forgot about that. I broke the base of this yesterday. Oh no. I'm gonna have to put it on. I'm gonna have to put it on a base plate and slide it off. I don't know how badly damaged the base is of this. Not good. No, not good. Yeah, so at the moment I've got the Burrow, Rivendell, and this all on one table. And it's not going to plan. Right. That is the only thing with having big sets and very little room to move them. They display okay, but to actually move them is a completely different scenario altogether. So that's what we did. That's what I did last time. There's just a little weak spot that's in there. So I've just got to be careful. I don't finger through a hole, basically. Otherwise, it's not going to go well. You have a couple of blacksmith sets. Oh, get that quiet. How many have you got then? The Burrow. I actually can't get this off the table. This is how tight for space I am. I'm stood here like an absolute pleb, and I cannot get the actual mountain fortress off the table because I've got too much stuff beside it. Because the base is so chunky that I can't slide it off the table because the wooden table is taller. This is why everything's damaged, because I move everything about 5 or 6 times just to be able to make enough space to move the one thing that I need. So, right, finally. So, question is, do I have it like that? Is that how it gets displayed? Does it just stays as it is, or do I have it fully open? Does it give it more detail like this, or not? Because really, with the back open, you can't actually tell. It still looks like that, and then it opens round. So maybe we'll try and get all the detail back on show, shall we? Good question, DJI. DJI asks, question, if there would be a big Western set in the top 5 finalists, would you be looking to buy that one? Probably not, only because I didn't get any of the others. And to try and backtrack the other 4 that's available, it's my fault because I could have just left the Western section and I didn't. So that's what Jay's doing, by the way. There's a big Western display coming. So there we go. Just ignore me crawling around on the floor. It's fine. I don't mind. What I do mind is this Mattel castle is now starting to disintegrate because this honestly is probably the 20th time I've moved it in the last week. Because whatever I put it, I then like, oh, actually, I need to make a display there. So the top's buggered on it, the sides are buggered on it. Does look nice, but it's just going to end up in a basket. Oh. That's another list of repairs that need to be done. Right, so that took up. Should fit there. It should fit there. Where's the set behind me here? Right, we are. So, just as an idea of how big these Bricklink Designer Program castles are, this is one of them, don't forget. So this is the Series 1 castle, and it is very large. As he's trying to spin on my tiptoes and then rotate round onto my knees. There we go, look, we're getting somewhere. And then, looks nice, isn't it? How big this thing is. And then underneath it goes here. And then I never know how to let go of it. I'm now physically lying down on the floor underneath the table. Gotta get my hand from underneath it. I thought I could have just slid that out and been laughing at that, but no. This is idiot versus castle. Do not want the top to come off either. Close to the wall, no damage. Oh. Magic. Right, so that actually, to be fair, don't forget this is metal flake paint that's on this wall because this was original thing for Star Wars tattoo. It's like the same color as Tatooine Moon. So that is, if I get my backside out of the way, where that would live. What do we think? That'll work. Look, I've put that much pressure. I've got indentations. Look, see, brave, aren't I brave? I have individual circle bruises probably all the way on that side and all the way on that side. So don't be like me. Don't be like me. Now, with regards to the poll, we are 17 votes in, 53% for Lord of the Rings, 12% for Winter Village, 35% for other, nothing for superhero, for people's favorite sets and theme ever. Well, it's individual set or theme, obviously. If you are voting for other, just let me know what your other is, because it'd be nice to know. Good afternoon, Mr. Lego King. You've just turned up at a glorious time of me crawling underneath to get the gorgeous castle placed, and that is the first thing that is in. So what goes against that back wall? Because at the moment, it would, if the eyeball fits, we've got options of the Rivendell in this display. So I could put it back down here to see what it looks like and then bring it back up, because that would take up a fair bit. And then I want to try and put like a train track wrapping around and then we can just keep extending as we go. Because I've got this space, for expansion, I can actually now fit the Dust Keep from the other the sand Bricklinks on a program Sandcastle. So I could potentially have that somewhere else and all that kind of thing. So yeah, you turn up at the right time. I crawl on my hands and knees, butt cheeks out to the world, Lego King. I think we'll go. We're going to go. I don't know actually. How many are we going to go? So I'm going to put blue around that or not? Because there is water, so I could put a bit of blue in there. Blue strip at the front. That is snow and water, so it doesn't look too bad. No, maybe that's a bit overpowering. It might be a bit overpowering. I don't know if the cat. To be fair, I don't really think the castle needs. It needs another white base plate, but I don't think it needs too much. I think we might. I don't know. We could go for. We could go for 666. So we've got 3 completely different displays. Well, that's where it was, wasn't it? That's where it was. Back to lurking I go. But yeah, that's where the castle was. But I've got the extra space now because it's going to carry on underneath this table. So it could go underneath. It wouldn't fit underneath this table because it'd be too tall. So it would only go there. But would it work in this kind of layout? Because it's deep as well, isn't it? That castle. But could see 3 different colours. Because obviously this now is like, well, I put the Lion Knight's castle there. There's a Dust Keep, and it's done. But that's not to be anymore, I'm afraid. So that was my fault. Me, myself, and I missed out on that. So do we do 666? If I did more snow, I don't know what else I've got snow-based that would go with that faction. I will leave space for expansion then. So if I just put some random... I'll put some random ones down with orange tiling on, so we know that we could leave it. So... built the Black Falcon Gate. Let's have a look at that. Black Falcon Gate mark. What is this thing? 23764. 23764. Oh, very nice. Oof. So this is what's being talked about at the moment. So again, we're going to be looking into all the rebrickable stuff, but that is a potential. So I will be going 6 base plates, and it will go. Yeah, that would work nicely. And it's only 1,314 pieces, so it wouldn't be horrendous. The cost, that is, obviously. But what's the... Is it based on another set, or is it just a complete mock? I'm assuming it's just a complete mock, is it? Because you've got loads of them on here. It's deadly, this website. Deadly, because there's loads of stuff that you can do. You've got the Black Tower, you've got the Black Falcon Gate, and all sorts of stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that can be done. So I'll give this 6 base plates, and then we then know, don't we? So that can come out. That can go down. That can go down. And then that's the third one. So that's the 6. So you can see there. Shibo, how are we? So that'd be the 6 obviously the tiles will come off, but that's the sixth one. I got a plate that that's not going to fit into there. Okay, hang on. Hang on. On the call. I'm on the call. Right. Can I? All right. Oh, I might be cheeky. I might swap them out. Why not? Why don't we do that? Because that saves me crawling underneath the table over and over again to get stuff. I don't need to do it. I won't do it. Three. One more on the way. It is coming. Right, that's number 4. Right, so there's four snow base plates. I know it's bad, isn't it? Good evening to you. Yeah, all I've because I read everything backwards. All I've read is Matt's going to trap himself into a corner, and I just read Pure Fantasy Land. Well, if it's going to be a fantasy land, I've got to have to take the medieval castle out. It's complete mock. Okay. Yeah, sometimes DJ, I think they do. They let you know what the unique parts are, but then they also might be. They sometimes do become available. I think. I just need to read into that a little bit more. Need to look into that a bit more. So yeah, we've got 6. We've got 6 base plates of snow, and then we've then got options then of. What I can do is I can keep the grass in the middle, and then potentially, well, what I know I've got space for it. I can then put 6. I could on the other side put 6 base plates of sand down, and then we can go from that. So, because we want the train snaking around all the sets, and like I said, we've got this table, and it can keep going that way. And to be honest, it could be the full length of the room if it wants to be, because I've got 9 base plates for an airport that I can actually relocate and move. So there's literally 19, 15. It's got to be close to 30 base plates, I would say. We could have a big 30 base plate display. Calcine, good evening to you. Hopefully you are okay. John, good afternoon to you as well, or morning to John, obviously being America based. So everybody is all over the place from all over the world at the moment, which is good to see. But I was about to say, at least this one is in. But of course, what do I go and try and do? Get a base plate underneath? Can I get the base plate underneath this? Can I, balls? Oh, my life. Ow, ow, ow. Honestly, it doesn't hurt at all putting your full weight on the studs. It's absolutely fine. Right, there we go. That's that. So we're in for 6 in the middle. So we're in for 6 green. So that's not too bad. So 9. So we've got 6, 9, and then we can go 6 for another color. The Colosseum would take up basically 9 of those base plates, so the Colosseum wouldn't really fit. So Reese is like, sounds like a great idea to me. Well, just let us know what sets. Let us know what sets are going down here. If you want like a full blown, because I'll put the sets down here that I have. I have got the Colosseum. It could finish at the Colosseum. the whole point, because this is what was up top. So the train zigzagged through and it went all the way around. So I've got all the track to try and put down and clip in as a long line, but it can just carry on. It can just carry on. So I don't know if Reese is saying it's a good idea for Jay or if it's a good idea for the full length of this. I have no idea what's going on. But yeah, we've got lots of track that we can put down. But yeah, 6 for snow at the moment, which can obviously be changed. And then 9 for green. The green will be where the Shire is going to go, probably there. I might have to pull some of these out and put it to blue for the D&D, and Rivendell is going to go at the back. Good afternoon to you, Audley. Hopefully everything's good weather-wise with you. Yeah, so I've got a Colosseum in a shed underneath a load of boxes doing nothing, built. So, yeah, there is options. There is options to that. So I like it. I like that. I love the Gladiator. It reminds me of Gladiator. It reminds me of watching Gladiator with Jarvis, funny enough, Dogwell, watching Gladiator with Jarvis. And then him just randomly shouting out strength and honor. Basically, loads of we've got down in this section. We've got the big Disney castle, the Beauty and the Beast castle. If you're going for, so this is if you're going for Jay's idea, massive Disney castle, Beauty and the Beast castle, the Shire, Rivendell, the Orient Express traveling around, and the Colosseum. I don't like it. Uh-oh. No, that's it. Some of them you do, some of you don't. So to the shed. Yeah, so the Colosseum would have to be the last thing that goes in. I don't think we're gonna have time to put that in today. But that could be tomorrow evening's entertainment, because it would take me about an hour to get to the shed because it has all the boxes literally over the top of it. So and I got obviously more than likely be damaged as well, won't it? So yeah, right. I'll carry on putting the base plates down. I'll get the next couple of things, but if you're going pure fantasy, and obviously these have to go in specific orders as well. If you're wanting, for whatever reason, a fantasy section with a train, because the train track was always happening. The train track was the thing that was up at the top. But yeah, we can expand it quite a lot. But we have to be careful with the table height. So yeah, that's it. It's one of those, isn't it? It's tough. It's tough. But you know, you got the Rising Dragons now, and the series 4 is coming down for that. Yep, darling BJ, I know. So Reese, let us know. Well, as long as you've got the minifigures on the way, that's all right. That is okay. So my question is then to people is, if we're doing this kind of thing, does the Rivendell go? Does that go there for Rivendell? We're going to have to put the Disney Castle. If you want the Disney Castle underneath here, it's going to have to go. It's got no choice but to go against that back wall, because it physically will not fit anywhere else in this room underneath the table because it's so tall. So if we're putting that, in, that would have to go on that bit. And then we've got the Dungeons and Dragons castle as well. So yeah, there's some bits that I'll bring some bits over. Hang on. I'll bring some bits over. Right, so I've just grabbed Dungeons and Dragons. Right, yeah. Yes. Yes. Right, so that is D&D nailed. I'm just now still moving that He-Man castle out the way because that is 100% not fitting in this display now, not a chance. So that can be traded with the Colosseum. I think that's a fair tag. Right, next thing we have got coming through. Well, we're placing it. That's what we're doing today. We're placing all the different bits and pieces. So, idea bomb, ideas, then drop ideas, then I reckon Jay's idea changes will change. Once you've built more stuff, Jay, and you sort of run out of space because you've got luxury of empty boxes everywhere and all that kind of stuff. Once you've built all your sets and then go, I need to move that, I think you'd be like, you know what? I don't really need to. So, what am I doing? Am I doing this Disney Castle? So you have to let us know, Reese. You'll have to let us know. Because this would go around there somewhere. I think the white's now too many base plates. I don't know that'll work. The Colosseum will go underneath the next table. So that'll be its own. So the Colosseum and the other Bricklink Castle will be a set further afield. But if you're now adding all these sets in, the original plan and layout is never going to work. So I need to go from back to front, basically, and we literally have to make this up. Oh, you got the Jungle Garmadon. I can't go wrong with that. That's a cool looking figure. That I need to get all of my minifigures back out and in because I haven't got all of mine on show yet. Right, Disney Castle then. Will it work? Well, the original it was going to be exactly the same as what it was, with the train going through, and then I was going to sell all of the Disney stuff. That was the original plan. But now we can add in the castle. The castle can go in, but like everything else, I'm only limited to where it can go. So it literally can only go against that back wall. That's it. That's where I was going to put the Rivendell. I was going to bring everything forward. The train track will still zigzag through, but we have got this massive expansion because it keeps going down. So we have got more space, but I'm still very limited to this because this is taller. And then if you can see, this is shorter, and this table length isn't big enough for the Disney Castle because Disney Castle's so tall. Like his little cameo, yeah, that's it. He's got some nice prints and elements on that, hasn't he? He has got some nice bits and pieces. So yeah, I've got the Rivendell underneath here. I've got D&D underneath here. Yeah. I just don't know if a Disney Castle with fireworks is going to match Rivendell and Medieval, but I'm not going to know until I put it in. And of course, it's the other side of the room, isn't it? So I'm now going to go and grab it and see if it will work or fit. We've still got the Medieval market to add. So that's to consider and think of as well. And then we can place all of the other sets as we go through. But this Disney Castle is one of the worst things to move. No, we can fit them both in. Because we can put the Rivendell in front of the Disney Castle. So that'll be okay. We can make it work. It's just that I need to know if it just has to go in now. That's all it is. So I'll grab it. We'll see what we can do. And if it doesn't work, then it's just going to get thrown against a wall, and then I can use it for parts. So all right, I am in the process of grabbing. But this is where it was last time. So it's going back in the exact same position. But last time it had the Lord of the Rings eyeball by it. So, well, because I've got to get all these placed in rough. And then I've got to get the eyeball placed in front of the Daily Bugle to see if that actually works. Because if it doesn't work, then we might have to end up chopping and changing everything again. But I've got to carry this like a massive pizza, and it's over the loft hatch as well, is where I'm stood. So it's not the easiest thing to grab, to be honest. This is probably one of my most least favourite sets to move. It looks impressive, built, but it's a bit of a swine, to be quite honest. A bit of a swine. Right, we're halfway there. We are halfway there. That's the halfway mark. Oh dear. And obviously I'm now kneeling over all broken pieces as well, which is nice and exciting. That's got to come up and then twist. If I've got the space. They are somewhere. I'm not too sure where they are, to be honest. All right, got to carry this like a pizza. It's huge, mind, as you can tell. And then I've got to slide. I've got to twizzle it around on the base because I'm holding it by the base plate. I've learnt my mistake from years gone by. So slide and slide. Of course, it's battered, isn't it? And then somehow I've then got to get onto my bum and get it underneath because the top of this hits the wood, which is nice and exciting. So again, if I end up breaking my hands free, I end up falling backwards and breaking my neck. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's it, gone. That's the top of the tower. That's the bottom of the tower. Anything else falls off and it's going to get thrown. And I can't, can I? It has to stay on there because the tower, I can't get the tower back on. Oh, don't start a chain reaction. Just clip. Please clip there. Because I can't get the tower on when it's in because I can't even get my arm underneath it. Jay knows about this as well, so he just sat to himself laughing. Oh, good God. Good Lord. Right, that's smashed. So what I was about to say is Jay knows that it's to the inch on top, and that's absolutely wrecked. So, there. That's what it looks like against the back. So, that's that bit, and that's half of a tower. So, there it is. There it is. Was it worth the absolute ball ache and pain in the ass putting that there or not? Because what now do we put in front of it? That is the question. What goes in front of it? Because the plan obviously was to put Rivendell behind it, so Rivendell will have to go roughly there. D&D will have to go roughly there, and then I'm going to have to start building them up. But yeah, this literally hits the wood, and there's 3 bits of wood underneath. So I don't know what's going on with that. That's one piece. That's another bit. Oh. Yeah, whatever. The set's never been right anyway, so yeah. So yeah, I'm going by your ideas now. Okie dokie. Right. Fine. I have absolutely no idea how we can make this look okay. Right, so we've got base of that. That's the D&D. D&D goes on top, just like so. That will spin round to the side. That then goes round the back, roughly for now. So that would be like that there as a rough thing. Yeah, that's where it was before, Reese. It was literally exactly the same place as what it was before, but it can only go in on itself. But it takes up such a big footprint. Because if that went to there, because that's where pretty much it's going to have to go. It's going to have to be like that. Yeah, it's going to have to be pretty much like that. Then we've got. Oh God, completely! I forgot about the Shire as well. No, and I've forgotten about the market. They're definitely not fitting. Not fitting now. Not a chance. Okay. Right. Right. So I'm just getting all the Rivendell stuff together on this one table. I've got the Beauty and the Beast Castle, which I haven't got a chance of reaching at the moment, and I need that now next, because that has to be the next thing that goes in. So you're going to have to bear with me. Because I'm currently moving. In fact, I'm going to show you where it is, because there's no point. It's going to take me ages to move, so you might as well come around with me and have a look. We are moving all of that because I need to get to that stuff at the back. So that's all the stuff at the front was ready to go in, and now the stuff that's at the back needs to go in first if you want this whole fantasy mashup thing. So now I don't know what we're doing with the Dustkeep mark. I don't know if that's now going to be an actual thing. I don't know if now I get any more medieval stuff. I have no idea what this is actually going to look like once it's all together. Because it's going to look one of two things. It's either going to look like a fantasy ride, or it's just going to look like two Disney castles smack in the middle of Lord of the Rings. Because we've got all of this different theming that we need to add in. So all of this was going underneath. So these are the buildings that we're going to go under. We were going to have a large medieval section. See, this is now falling apart as well because of how many times I've moved it. So that's the there we go, that's success. So that's the whole roof that's come off, plus the chimney, plus the base. So that's a rebuild just for that, which is fantastic. The Shire, that was supposed to be going in now. Then the Shire was going to go in next, which now obviously isn't because it's too short. This thing now is no longer going to be in here anymore because, thinking about it actually, I have this available because Jay's just got his own. So Jay doesn't want this one anymore. It wasn't good enough for him. He's bought his own nice shiny new one. So this either is going to be rebrickable or used for parts or now thrown away. I've got no use for this whatsoever because it just stands out like a sore thumb for everything. And the Beauty and the Beast, this was going to be sold. So again, I don't know if this is if it's gonna work or not, because I've had all the minifigures by it ready to. Because I found all of the dwarfs for that set, so that was all ready to go and good to go. And then this was also had all the minifigures with it because it was ready to go. So yeah, that's that plan gone and thrown out the window. So got to put the big stuff at the back, small stuff at the front. So I've just read Jay's comment. So Jay now, so the Beauty and the Beast doesn't need to go in. Fine. Good. But I just don't know if that's now just going to look like a big Disney castle with fireworks wrapped around it. Well, we can try. We can try. But we've got the Shire to get in. We've got Rivendell to get in. We've got D&D to get in. We've got the train to put in, and the market. So the idea of having 6, 9, 6 for the 2 castles either end aren't going to work. And Dungeons and Dragons need to go on blue. Rivendell can go on green. The Disney Castle can go on anything, really. That doesn't really make a solid difference while that goes on. So to keep it relatively themed the same, these things are going to have to go in now on the snow, because these were going to go in front of Rivendell in the middle for a market, but that's now not going to work. So that will have to live around there somewhere. This is the one that now needs to be rebuilt. Well, this is completely knackered. So yeah, how are we trying to do this? We're doing medieval section into Lord of the Rings section into a D&D bit with a Disney backdrop. That's how it's going to have to go. Because I don't know any other way that it's actually going to fit. And then I've got to try and make the track work, but this one's definitely going to have to be rebuilt now, because that's just not going to work at all. So that is the well, I've got nowhere else I can put any. I've got 30 base plates of space on the floor, and I've got 6 base plates of space on top of the table. So I can't physically fit everything on the camera display. So something's got to give, because we created that display yesterday, and that's where it's going to go underneath when it's all lit up. And then you've got that display on that bit, and it's either going to be Rivendell or the eyeball that goes in front of on that bit. So I don't know. I do not know, because the fantasy section can be up to 30 base plates long. So we've got loads of space. It carries on goes all the way to the corner. So all the way down underneath the red roller coaster is where this fantasy section can go, because we've got base plates for the table. We've got base plates underneath the Ninjago Old Town. There's nothing there at the moment. So it's not so much we haven't got the option, but we can't have everything on one table. Because if we got the T-Rex where it is, obviously I can't put the other bits and pieces in there. We moved the loop coaster, so that then limited what we could do on that. We had to put the eyeball in a certain place as well because of the ceiling height. So we're a bit stuck with regards to different bits and pieces. So the eyeball's up on top. That's staying up on top. But this stuff, bearing in mind, don't forget that none of you knew this was here, and it was there probably from the start of December. So it's just this side never gets put on show. But yeah, you got the Star Wars stuff underneath this bit, and then you got this bit underneath this bit. But these sets are huge. So I mean that Disney Castle is eating up 1, 2, 3. It's on 4 separate base plates. That's what the overhang is on that one. But yeah, you're gonna have to go medieval, Disney backdrop. Rivendell's gonna have to go in front for now. That will have to go to the back. Zigzag the train around, and then extend it, and then we can open it up. And then we've got to move the eyeball to see if it will work where the laptop is at the moment. Yeah, that's it. It's one of those, isn't it? We've got the. I think the problem is we have got the space to display them, but we haven't got the space to display them in a prime spot. That's the difference. Because if I took all these UCS sets away, it would allow me to put everything that we've done on the floor. So what we did yesterday with the Venu's Tower, the Daily Bugle, and all that kind of stuff, that could go on the floor because it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same size. So everything that's up top, all of that stuff that's up on top, so all of that from the Ghostbuster Firehouse, all the way around with the AT-AT, all the way to literally the corner garage. That is the space that we are doing underneath this bit. So you've got the Star Wars, and then we've got whatever that medieval bit is. But it's just annoying that we are limited for the bigger sets where they can go with the ceiling height. And this, we have got height with this, but even still, the Disney Castle can literally, it still touches the top. So, yeah. Because we've got the train track will try and go through. But I'll move the D&D to the back, bring Rivendell to the front, and just try and start to spread this out ever so slightly. Once I've just placed the Rivendell down here, we'll move the eyeball over because then that might free up options for the Rivendell to go back up top on the other side. But then we've got to figure out what we're going to do with the T-Rex. Because to place one thing, we literally have to move like 3. It's that sort of game that we've got playing at the moment, which is just a nasty scenario of that. So, because this was on blue base plates, this was on. So that can go back on to a blue base plate if required, but the D&D can sort of tuck into that corner. I haven't even got the Shire down here yet either, have I? That'll have to go further down. That'll have to go on the extension table then, because that'll be there. That's part of the castle where it fell off. I don't know how I'm going to repair that because I'm not pulling it back out again. So I might just bag up the parts. But again, don't forget this Rivendell is massive because this is the middle piece. Because that is there. So if we're just doing this from just literally placing it for space rather than anything else, it's not been placed, it's just for space. That is in there. So that is taking up all of that space. And that's not including the Shire, all of the add-ons, a track, or any of the minifigures. Which is a bit of a swine. It was really Rivendell needs to go at the back. If Rivendell got put to the back corner, that got put into maybe in the middle, and then that got put against the other wall, we had all the big sets as an L, it would then give us more mobility to do the smaller sets with that nice tight train track, and then it can be spread out after. So like I said, there's nothing but rubbish underneath this side of the table. But what else is there? There's the Shire is the only other thing to come down, and you've got the odds and sods like Snow White and the Beauty and the Beast castle if required. There you go. Jay's just said it as well. You would have said it before I did. So it would work much better with the theming, because at the moment you've literally just got a Disney castle in the middle of a display, haven't you? So I'm not feeling that layout whatsoever. But I think if we started to swap it, because did we have Rivendell as the divide last time? Did we have it as the land? I can't remember where it was. That's some serious rain on the ceiling. But of course, to move all of those around, I now have to pull out every set again, pull out all the base plates. We've just put all the correct color base plates down, and basically reset everything. Right, fantastic. Okay, what do we start with? And it wouldn't surprise me in the UK if by this evening, certain places are going to be very, very badly flooded as well, by the way, which isn't nice. I know the Disney Castle bit will work but it just doesn't work like that. There's no way that looks like it should, especially if the point was to get like the Dustmark Keep Bricklink set or anything like that. But we could use the castle as a divide. It just needs to be placed correctly. It just needs to go in right. But the castle's that's now smashed, and I've got to pull it all back out again to put it back over. So whatever I'm going to do, it now just needs a rebuild, because I didn't want to touch it again. But I've got no choice, because it just doesn't work there. But we can then do coloured displays. We go snow to green. We can add in the water, and it wouldn't be as blocky. If I didn't put the base plates down first, it would have been absolutely fine. But to get the base plates out is going to be an absolute swine. Yeah, it's raining or snowing, Jay. I think I can hear it on the roof. I'm probably the closest to everybody, so I can hear it before anybody else. So yeah, let's see. John's been having snow and ice for a while. Because you've got the Burrow as well, that could be added in as part of this sort of fantasy type thing. No, because this is just turning into a bit of a pain in the ass, I think what I'm going to do, just so we know, is I'm going to put the eyeball in front of the tower and see if it works. Because if the eyeball doesn't work there, then we've got to think of what comes up here. Because if Rivendell comes up here, it'll then give us more space, won't it? So I don't know. Right, let's try that then. Let's approach this slightly. Let's approach this slightly differently. Oh, that's another thing smashed off the table. Brilliant. Brilliant. So that is your angle. Yeah, so in case nobody understands what Joe's going on about, it's not like he's bricked. It's not like he's only got one window in his house. He's actually blocked them all over. All right, so that's the train. That's the Burrow. Right, eyeball is somehow it's got to fit behind the laptop so you guys can see what's going on. So let's have a look. I'll get that moved over and out of the way first. That moved, we'll get that moved. The base plate half deep as well, isn't it? Right, so this would be a top trump then. So we could be 3 sets for 3 sets. So it might be the eyeball that breaks next. So if you hear a smash, that is what's about to be moved because it's going to be moved as a pizza. So in fact, if I turn you around that way, you can see it getting close to you. Then I've got to put it on the table. And then, yeah, just have a bit of fun with it. What are you doing? Come on. Right. Will this work? Again, these sets do not move. Come on, just come off the base plate. Now, this could be disastrous because if it falls backwards, it goes down the loft hatch. Oh. But it should be absolutely fine. Right, that is that. Don't actually know where to put you now. Can I rest you on top of assembly square? What's the worst that can happen? We'll see. If you hear that noise, that is the rain on the roof. But yeah, 100% going to be flooding tomorrow. 100%. That is bad as well. Right. Let's get this slid in. Let's get this slid in and moved in. But again, this is long. Right, I can just about, I've got to keep my arm, I've got to keep my elbow by my hip so the top doesn't hit the roof. Right, so let's get you, get the burrow back, get you placed, and then I've got to wiggle that into a position that you think might work, because I haven't seen it yet, so. Does that work or not? Or is that just too big? Answers on a postcard, please. What do you think? Does it go that way? Or does it go this is the building display. So the angle that you're at now is what you see when I build. And what we did yesterday was just if I have to move the camera over. So it's all part. So this is where I always have the laptop. I always have the laptop on the right hand side. Oh, with me sat there. Well, pretty much probably about that, I would imagine. I'll have to grab the seat then. That's a technical question. To get the laptop in the correct place. Okay. that's my seat. I've got to move everything to get the laptop back now then. Right, bear with. So the laptop goes farther back. Like that would go. That's part of the Rivendell moved. That's part of that moved. That's that moved. I was not expecting that question this evening. Right, that is roughly. That's what you would see minus that. So that's what you get. Minus this, which of course, there we go, is now broken. Yeah, that's what you get. Why is that now? Oh, it's modular, is it? I think it is. You think it's modular? You think? Yes, it is. That is. Son of a. Alright, that is. Ish. So yeah. Oh, I don't know. I can't really because I've got literally no space. I don't know if I can actually get that out of the way. Can I get that out of shot? There. That's what you see. That is what you see. So, which way do you want it? That way? Or that way? Because that way, I don't think it works, does it? It takes up too much. It takes up too much space. What could go to the left? What? The left? What? If this was spun, if that was spun around that way, nothing. It's right to the edge of the table. So there's literally no gap there. There's nothing there at all. But of course, if it goes that way, you're not going to see. Well, I don't know if you can see anything behind it. If that's what you meant, like to the left of it that way. Behind it, that's the snowball effect, isn't it? You move one thing, then you got to move everything else. So if you wanted those, yeah, that's it. So if you think that looks all right, I don't know. It then just snowballs. It just snowballs from there because potentially the T-Rex would fit where the Natural History Museum is, but the History Museum would have to come out. The gardens would have to come out, and then would have a horseshoe left of space for the Pokemon sets and other little bits and pieces like that. And I would just put black base plates down on this bit because there'd be pretty much 30. If I could get 4 base plates down on here, that's where that would be. And then it's just making a display behind it. But it's obviously directly in front of the obviously it's directly in front of the Statue of Liberty because I've got 3 base plates of width and this is 2 base plates wide. So I mean, if I angle it at all, it's just going to block what's behind it. And if I come in, it's then just going to eat up even more table space, isn't it? So, because I'm going to do this. Got that. All of that is supposed to go underneath the table. So, like you could, I don't know which. You could have it in the middle. Because that is literally in the middle of that table. And I think that would be about a base plate back. I think. So we've got a black base plate there. Yeah, of course, yeah, but I took those two off. So yeah, that's exactly where, that's exactly in the middle, 2 base plates back. So because that is what you would get from where I'm sat. So that's it. That's kind of in the middle. Yeah, get your ideas in, Oddly. That's it. It's all good fun. It's the hard bits, just placing the 1 or 2 big bits. And then, because we did all of this yesterday, all of that went in like an absolute dream, because it's just 32 by 32 base plates. It's really easy to do. But the second you get some really big monsters like this, it's much more difficult to do. But it's not going to work. I don't think it'll work back flat to it, because I don't know if I had it at that angle and pushed it back, I think it would block the. Oh, I've got the ladders are just there, so that's absolutely fine. Yeah, you don't have to worry about that. I've got nothing on the floor as of yet, so I'm not going to trip over anything. I've made that mistake before and actually stood on the Rivendell. That was a bit of a nightmare, as you can fully well imagine. So it can, if it could go into the, it could go all the way to the left, and it could go back further. But if you did that, would we block the Statue of Liberty? And of course, now the problem I've got is because we haven't rehomed the Natural History Museum or anything else, I've got to move the T-Rex, and I've got literally at the moment nowhere I can put it. So these are the games. These are the games. Right, how can I actually get this T-Rex out? And where's it going to go? I think the T-Rex is going to have to stand on here, if it will go, and then I'll have to pick it up and move it over. Yeah, sideways pushed against the edge of the table, kind of along the Avengers Tower, then shouldn't block the Avengers Tower with the camera angle. No, it's just that if it just blocks the Statue of Liberty, but I can see it, but I don't know if it will. But what I'm getting at is, for me to do it, I've got to move the T-Rex, and if the T-Rex is going where the Natural History Museum is, I need to pull the Natural History Museum out, and now I also need to pull out the Botanical Gardens. The gardens could actually stay there. It's just the History Museum, I think. Because what we could have, if this got pushed back to basically where the gardens is, you wouldn't see the gardens on the camera, but you would see the gardens through the loop and through the Jurassic Park gate door. But it's very much because the T-Rex will have to stay on top of this table. Well, yeah, it was discussed yesterday. Does the Natural History Museum go in the corner? But we put the shadow box there instead. So I've got somewhere I can put it. I've got space in another kayak, so it's not a problem. So I have got places that it can go, so it's absolutely fine. So I've got, like I said, we've got plenty of space, but for certain things like this, it can only go in certain positions. So that's the real big headache of everything, because you basically have to make a design the wrong way round, because you have to put the big thing in first rather than putting the big thing right at the back and then coming it forward. You can't really do that kind of thing. But I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get the T-Rex. I'm going to get the History Museum out, spin the T-Rex round, and see if it will fit down the back, because the tail should stand over the gardens, and then that'll free up all that space. So let's just be sensible about what the hell was that? Something's just pinged off somewhere. No idea. Did you hear it? So, but like I said, everything now it's stuck. So the T-Rex's mouth is stuck on the garage, and the tail's stuck behind the loop because we boxed it. We could have boxed it in. There's the rib. There it is. Let's get that rib cage back on. Beautiful. That's got to go directly up, around and down. Because don't forget, this is nearly a metre long, isn't it? So this thing's massive as well. I think so. I think I've heard that it might be retiring this year for T-Rex. It's a beautiful thing. Beautiful. The other T-Rex is going to have to go. So that sort of design isn't going to work. So this will have to disappear. So like I said, you move one thing and you literally have to move everything. And then we just start again. So we've just got to make sure we kind of try and get it where we're happy with it, because it's well, whatever that is, that's broken now. I don't even know what that was. That's the cable for the laptop, because you were supposed to be living there or live stream, so I plugged you in a different bit. That's some random, what's that, Rivendell, probably. There's another bit of it on the floor. No, I don't have any of the Fabuland sets, and I also don't have the Lego House exclusive one either. They did do a Fabuland exclusive set, didn't they? Which was good. But no, I don't have that. I do like the Fabuland. I think it's important. It's an important set for the history of the Lego group. Right, can I do this without hitting the T-Rex and hitting the eyeball? I don't know. That is the answer to that question. I do not. It was a lot easier yesterday just moving the 32 by 32. Right. Got nowhere to put it. Got absolutely nowhere to put it. I haven't, because I pulled everything out from that table to put the fantasy stuff in. So my dropping table, I'm going to have to put this on the floor. So I'm 100% standing on this. 100% standing on that. Right, that can live down there. That T-Rex needs a home. That can go over. And that I can just hear things falling apart. And I'm not touching them, by the way. I think it won't fit on it though. It's too big. We could put some sort of dinosaur thing. We could do the baby one. We could add that as a tribute for you, Ryan. I'll put that up there. That fits. We'll add that. We'll just put. So we've now got a Ferris wheel and a bony thing up on there. Right. So let's get this back where you guys and girls want it. I've got to move this. It's that tight for space, moving all these sets. I've actually now got to remove the little seat, so I can't actually stand anywhere. So that's got to go on the other side of that. Because of course, what I'm tripping over is all the base plates that are going down. So I've got all base plates down here ready. But good afternoon to Ryan. How are we? So Bruce Wayne has a T-Rex in Wayne Manor, I think in some story called Dinosaur Island. Yeah, this thing's just too big. It's a shame because that would have been pretty cool. But no, it's not going to it's not going to fit, because if we can just place the eyeball, we're not going to put anything else here, because we need to leave space for another one of these, because there's supposed to be another one coming, and then the Pokemon stuff is going to go on this bit. So that is the plan. So we want quite a bit of space on this side, but can I actually get this around? Because I don't know if I've got the swing. Yes, I can. Oh, just. I am full length doing that, by the way. Full length. Get in there. Right, there we go. Right, that I think is in order. I'm going to rip a hamstring, I reckon. I can feel it. My little tippy toes. So there's the garden. There's the giveaway. A few base plates down and that's in. Oh, God, a head rush. There. That's it. Fits with the tail over the back. And then you come through that way and then you've got the gates. So that will be a separate display coming around on those bits and pieces. Have you got any of the Fabuland, Oddly? Because I know some people have been picking that stuff up, but and yeah, Reece, I think the T-Rex is retired because there's supposed to be another one coming. I think a lot of people are getting confused though, because people are saying that there's supposed to be another big skeleton coming, but the yeah, well, I was thinking hammies rather than quads. I'm not doing a McMahon. Could you imagine that? I wouldn't be able to end the stream. There's a Lego Ideas set that's gaining traction. So I don't know if that's what people are getting confused with the new one, because they've basically done a different dino. So yeah, I'm not too sure. Oh, that water tastes like it's full of diseases. How long has that been up here for? I probably weeded it, to be fair. That's probably what I did. So, oh, that actually tastes vile. So do we think that looks all right? Happy with the dino there? Yeah, no, yes. We'll continue. Why did that taste like sandpaper that had been put through a blender? Yeah. I don't understand how that's happened, but that's now actually made my mouth physically bone dry. I've just had some water, so I'm not too sure how that has even managed to happen. And of course, I said at the start, Ryan, but thank you again for yesterday. People are making the most of their emojis, and there's another one in there you'll enjoy. See if you can find it. I've added a few more. Right. Oh. I'll put some trees around the front of that. So this is now. So did you say you wanted it side on, backwards, didn't you? So it can go further over and back than that, which I think would make sense, because I could literally pin it to the other set, because like I said, that's going to be a hidden display. So if I bring that, if I slide, can I? No. Can I slide and glide the actual set off the base plate, or is it stuck on the base plate itself? No, step it over. What does that look like? What do we think? Because again, that's the angle that you're going to be getting, because it'll be about that. That's what it'll be. So at least, because don't forget that this modular is just there for a toilet. That's not going to be there. That's going to be a different modular. So it needs to face the Avengers Tower. Oh, that was your thought process. You haven't got a chance. It'd be like that. So it depends if you want to see it in or back. But obviously that then blocks the other bit. So it's up to you. Up to you. So it goes in. So having it forward, you get the advantage of seeing the other set to its left, but you don't see the set behind it. Spun around the other way, it's just done differently. And then because it's on 32 base plates, obviously we've got 32 base plates to the top of that table just there. And then here, there's 4 base plates for whatever. There's nowhere else for it to go, Reese, really. So yeah, it'll have to stay there because it's part of the Jurassic Park thing. And this is now getting close to the ceiling as well. So we can't go too far over. But don't forget, it's a theme park, so we can put different base plate colors down, and it'd be different zones. But yeah, but you've got the Jurassic Park gates. So yeah, you've got the Jurassic Park gates, which will be open so you can see it, and then obviously you can see it through on that bit. But this is all going to be mixed in with Pokemon. So yeah, we can add it because we're going to have a horseshoe shape, so it'll be up through the gates and back down the other way. So it'll be 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6 with nothing on for future expansion for the Pokemon stuff. So that's the plan. So if you guys and girls are happy with that and it goes that way, then we can just carry on putting the Rivendell and everything on the floor. So we can do all those things. I just need to put the black base plate on here. We just need one more black base plate, really, I think. Just to split it up. Because what you can't see is it's on half and half, because normally I put another base plate there for a black bit, and that would be there on the edge of the table. So that's where that would go, and that is literally like less than a finger's width touching the top of the Avengers Tower. So it's close. Yes, DJ. Yeah. It is indeed. Yeah, so we could just, for the sake of the park, have another black base plate down on that bit there, and then I don't know if we go green and blue. Or do we should all go all green? So we should go all green for now, and then we can move it later. That might look a little bit cleaner. Because we had... So we've got, with physically nothing on it, seven base plates with nothing on it. And then we've got the other base plate with the teeny tiny giveaway. So all of this to the left. Get in, there we go. All of that is going to be all for the Pokemon stuff. I think the balance caught at the back with the T-Rex at the diag across the table from the back corner facing the camera would look good. Yeah, I'm just. Have I got the? I know what you mean. I can see the tail will flex. So you're just meaning swap the gardens with the T-Rex, but put the T-Rex mouth facing the camera, yeah, at the angle. It's just it depends on how far the T-Rex will stick out. That's the thing. But we can only try it. Now what I need to do is I need to plug you in because you haven't been plugged in for ages, and I can just see the battery running out in the camera. So give me a minute. Okay. Right, we need to turn you back on, plug you in. Right, you guys and girls are alive again. There we go. That's good. Left that light on as well, didn't I? I've got a backup, so it's okay. We've got a backup, so it's fine. Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. How are you enjoying your new golden toilet paper, Jay? Do you feel like you're a king now? That was my little surprise to Jay. Pretty much. Okay, right. Yeah, so at the moment it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 with nothing on it. It would probably be there or thereabouts the same. He says. There or thereabouts the same as you got the giveaway. You got the garden. You're gonna need another green one of those. Pumpkin's hair. She's just been lying on some of those. You can see it. Yeah, you can see the golden toilet paper. Fair enough. Golden throne, golden toilet paper. There it is. With the golden Wonka bar. See, so it's what it's all about. So the reason why Jay is making me do this is he is wanting me to blow both quads. I know what he's thinking. He's like, oh, he didn't hurt himself that time. We'll do it again. Right. There you go. I am literally again full reach. I'm gonna rip a lat, 100%. Rip a lat, blow out a calf, something. Now, annoyingly, the tail doesn't go underneath the green. So what has to happen is I have to angle this as much as I possibly can and hope his foot goes all the way to the back. Oh, don't need to. But without doing that, because that was what I did not want to do. I don't want to break his tail. I'm still full length, by the way, on my leg. I'm definitely going to get cramp. There's definitely something gonna happen. Right. I need to. The tip of his tail is bending the wrong way, which is very unhelpful. Literally every stud matters on this. Right, so now it's got angling round. So you want him angled, don't you? That? Is that what you wanted? So that's what that look. It eats up a lot more space that way, obviously, because at the diagonal, it's probably with his mouth it's covering 3 base plates in on itself. But I will wait for what you think of that. I will wait, and I'll try not to stand on the assembly square or anything. So, of course, if we do that, we haven't left space for another one, whereas the other way around, it would fit with another one because it does eat quite far in off the back of that table. So that's always something to consider. So you can see that the tail just about fits, but we're 2 base plates in on the head. So, yeah, that's what it eats up. So it'll work there for now, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens in future. But obviously, when I put the tiles down for the Pokemon stuff, they're not coming back up again because I probably had to. What with the Marvel stuff and everything else, it's probably a solid 6-8 weeks of tiling that I did that we ripped up last week. So it's going to take so long to put the tiles down because I do the custom ones. But that should just slot now in the gap. They've got a big old mouth. It'll sit just to the back, just there. So that faces forwards. And then that piece goes back in front. So we've got like a corner thing going on. That's that. There you go. That is what that looks like. So we've got 6 base plates with nothing on it, but whatever goes underneath his chin will just have to be shorter because that was obviously completely clear. So we've got 6 base plates with in the middle and with nothing on, and then we've got that one there with nothing. So you've got the 7, and then it zigzags. It zigzags about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So, right, are we moving on then to the disastrous section of the other side? Are we happy with? Is that where that's living? Is that what you want? Because that now is all going to be nice and open for the Pokemon stuff. The other side will be the same. The other side's got the haunted house. So I've got to try and figure out what I can do with that haunted house and merge it in, but it'll just be another ride with the carousel and the Ferris wheel. Yeah, well, it's again with regards to the space. We're going to have the smaller buildings and all those dots, bits and pieces around. Because now the Enterprise now can't hang from here, so it's now going to have to go back to where it was because the Enterprise was going to be hung back up here. So we can have that. We've got space on the other side. Basically, we've got a horseshoe. So we've got 6 and 6 with nothing on. That's what that's going to be. And then we've got another 4 base plates of space as well. Now we've moved the eyeball because we gave the eyeball 4 space. I gave the eyeball 4 base plates. So we've got 4 base plates of extra space over that side now. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, 8 base plates plus another 4. So 8, 9, 10. So that's 12 as an L shape. 13, 14, 15, 16. So we've got 18 base plates with nothing on. So yeah, so we've got when the tables are tidy, you'll see what's left, but it's just getting difficult because I am literally on top of everything. But that's the horseshoe. So you've got 6 through the gate, then on that side you've got 8, and then in front of the drop tower you've got another 4 because don't forget that's where the eyeball was. So the eyeball was on that bit, just on that way. Now, I don't think it will work there. I don't think it would look. I don't know. Well, it would fit there, but of course now we've moved the eyeball. The flipping Disney castle would actually fit on the table. So food for thought, because do we put the Disney castle with the Haunted Manor because that is the ride at Disney? So it's a very, very, you should know what it is. It's a very, very famous ride. It's the haunted house that you go into as a Disney thing. And do we have a Disney L-shaped section, or do we keep the castle down on this bit? Because it literally takes up the same base. There's 4 base plates with nothing on, and do we have the castle there? And it's a backdrop to where the horseshoe shape is for the Pokemon, or do we extend that area? Because I need to know what's going to be coming up, to be sort of moved about. So we've given ourselves. We can put something smaller. Obviously, something smaller can go there. We can put something a little bit different. I mean, if we really wanted to, as a bit of a tribute, we could put Bilbo and his ball bag Baggins, and we could have his little flamey dragon thing just at the front, just there as well. So yeah, so we've now got the opportunity of maximum ceiling height and 4 base plates, which we haven't had before because we put that thing. Because don't forget, this was where the Avengers Tower was. So we put this where the Avengers Tower was because the Avengers Tower had to go there. So I have now got, for the first time in 2-3 years, the prime height space left. So the tallest thing you could think of would fit there now. Because we could, I don't know if it's a good idea, but we could put the loop coaster at the far end and flip that around the other way. So you've got the tallest shaft with loop facing the other way, but it would then mean you'd have to put a queue round to the back of it. So I'm gonna have to pick you up and bring you round, aren't I? So you can see. So I think without you guys realizing it, you have just created that space. This was where the eyeball was. I gave it 4 base plates, and it's the highest part of the room because it's the furthest over on the lowest table, and that's what that looks like from afar. So that's what you guys and girls have created so far. All of that is a backdrop. All of that is what you've done so far. But what goes here? Oh, well, the good thing is, and then obviously Ultrabricks knows about this, is the Shire that is retiring first. The other two aren't on the. They haven't been given a list date yet, so you've got time to get them both. But yeah, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see what happens. So, but no, the eyeball is incredible, and the Rivendell is also beautiful. Because I don't think the Rivendell will work where the Haunted Manor is. Because if we do that, then the haunted house would have to move. But then does the haunted house look like medieval architecture? I don't think it will. I think that's a waste of ceiling height. What, this year, Sean? That's easy. Hang on. I've just seen a comment from Sean. He's come out the woodwork. What year is he talking about? Oh, 27. Ah, that's all right. I mean, I couldn't see the 27. That's fine. 2027. There we go. I couldn't see. 21 votes in at the moment on the poll, and we are 52% for Lord of the Rings. Everybody that's liked the video so far, again, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, so we will carry on with this monstrosity down here. So I've now got a natural history museum that is now in the way. We're gonna have to start spreading these out and going down. Or I make a Disney L. Well, it's not been more excited about it. It's just that is the tallest set in the room that's left. So we could have I don't know if I could get them, but we might be able to have like a little Disney corner. Because the other thing I was going to do with that Disney castle was go on Rebrickable and do it to the costume shop or a different version of something. But it just doesn't. The Colosseum will work. I love the idea of the Colosseum. I think the Colosseum at the end or in the middle, I think that would work really well within this. I did see Jay said about the History Museum is where you get tickets for the ride. And if it's a history ride, then really it should be medieval, bit of Lord of the Rings, Colosseum. The Disney Castle doesn't scream. Yeah. Well, it can, yeah. Well, because we've moved the eyeball, we could strip it. Because we've now got loads of options, like we're spoiled now, where because we've moved the eyeball, it's like, well, yeah, what do you want to do? Whereas before, it was like, no, that can't move, that can't move, that can't move. That has to go here for height. Whereas no, now you could actually have, I mean, you could either have the Disney castle and the Ferris wheel, the Ferris wheel and the carousel switched, and you have a strip for that, and then the horseshoe is again the Pokemon stuff. Because at this precise moment in time, on the table that you can't see, we are 1, 2, 3, 4 deep. 4, 8, 12. We've got 16 base plates of space, and the only thing that is on those 16 base plates is the haunted house and the carousel. That's it. That's all that's on there. So, and that's the 16 base plates that you can't see. And then I've got another 6 base plates on this side with nothing on as well. So yes, the Disney Castle, I think for the first ever time, could be on display properly and not like just being thrown somewhere. If the Disney Castle gets pulled out, it then would allow us, with the Natural History Museum, to create a history, I don't know, tell that like something along those lines, using the Orient Express as well. And yeah, because you got the Ferris wheel you got the because the carousel, we know carousels for Pokemon because it is, we've done the research on that. But the Ferris wheel, there is a huge Disneyland Ferris wheel. So yeah, you could have that. To be fair, it would probably fit. For the eyeball, we gave it 6 base plates with the Haunted House. That's what we gave it. So because what color would you put the Disney Castle on? Blue or green? Let's go for a little Disney area and see if it works, because if it doesn't, it's just going to stay here. But I think this is the only time, and I don't think I've got anything taller. There's no point putting a modular in the highest point of the room because it's on the lowest table in the most middle part of the room. So it's exactly where the Avengers Tower was. So we pull the Disney out, start this land with the Natural History Museum, and we tell a story of because we can literally do history reenactments is what we could do. Because I can get all the minifigures in there. You can have, and the track just goes round. So the public is on the track, but the actual ride, like when you even get to the Colosseum, just have the big Colosseum in the middle or at the end, or it could the track could come around the back of the Colosseum, and it could come back. It could come back through. What's that? So I should be on commission for these display artist ideas. Move the eyeball, open up one upon. Well, if you move the bloody eyeball first, I wouldn't have had to flipping put this down here because we would have worked that out straight away. You need to cook these ideas up quicker, is what you need to do. Because I've now got to pull all the flipping stuff back out again. Yeah, but this is it. So it's opened up, like the Beauty and the Beast castle would fit as well. So we have got that. We've got that option because realistically, if we wanted to, it's 2, 4. We could have 8 base plates for a Disney-esque type thing with that merge of stuff like Wonka and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, you could have bloody said, "Oh, why didn't you move the? We could have done the eyeball first." Honestly. I've got to move now. I've got to move the History Museum again, Rivendell again, the markets again, somehow try and get the Disney Castle back out from underneath this table. I have no space left on this table. And there you go. See, that's what the emojis are there for, look. So we've got the golden toilet. So there's a golden ticket, Reese, as well, isn't there? So we've got 3 Wonka things now for everybody to use. So make the most of those emojis. That's all right. December, so 2007 December. That's fair enough. I thought you were just making up your own dates. That's absolutely fine. Not a problem at all. Willy Wonka would actually fit. Yeah, it would. Yeah, that's it. So I mean, what you're best off doing with the. I think a lot of other people agree with this. The Rivendell eyeball depends if you want points. Because if you don't want the points, I've got a funny feeling UK Amazon's the best place to get it from when they go in a sale. No, if you remember rightly, how this stream started was, would the eyeball work where the shadow box is? And I said, no, but it could go there. That's how it snowballed. So, yeah. So there you go. Look, so you got the Wonka here. Okay. Oh, One Brick Studs. Good evening, afternoon to you. How are we? Absolutely living the dream at the moment. I am having so much fun. Once I've moved this biblically bad pain in the nutsack Disney Castle for the 3rd time this live stream, it now has a home, so that's fine. But while we're thinking of smaller bits, what would look nice here. Because what I don't want to do is start placing all this stuff. Because don't forget, once it's placed, I can't move it because the track is going to pin all the way around it. So we are going to be creating this ride. So that's why I need to go from right to left. So, yeah, the History Museum will just get slotted in. Because obviously that's a big beast of a thing as well. There you go. It's quite funny seeing all these symbols come through. So I've got the Wonka symbols from Reese. I've got the two other Wonka and the golden Willy Wonka and the golden toilet. Oh, I'm such a child. It makes me chuckle though. It does make me chuckle. Right. Okay. Perfect. How can I make this easy for myself? No, it's just because I knew the second we started to move this Disney car, it'd be a disaster. I just knew it would be because it doesn't work underneath here and it's impossible to move because it has to be tipped to fit underneath the wood. I would have rather have just thrown it against the wall than move it. You'll understand, Jay, when you start building the other side. I mean, you're spoiled with the eyeball. You can hold the eyeball like a pizza. It's absolutely fine. It's a thing of wonder. The Disney Castle is a pain in the ass. It's like the Falcon. It's like the Falcon. The build experience is dreadful. To move it's a pain in the ass, but it looks fantastic on display. It's one of those. Shibo says, is anybody pre-ordering anything from the Bricklink Designer Program? Yes. We are doing a secondary live stream later on this evening, Shibo, covering Series 7 and a handful of stuff from Series 10. So I want to take a good look because it goes live tomorrow lunchtime, doesn't it? So for me, it's a sushi restaurant. The actual photos for the sushi restaurant, they're better on the designer's Instagram page because you can actually have it as a full street. You can have them facing each other with a road plate going down. It doesn't need to be. It's designed where you can have it as a block, side by side, or a street. And the second image, unbelievable. But yeah, what's everybody in for? So Jay's hoping for a new Disney Castle. He's hoping for extra length. I'm hoping. I literally cannot feel half my body at the moment. Well, we've got about another 90 minutes, I think, because what I want to try and do is I want to stop at 6 o'clock, get some food, give myself 2 hours, and then carry on. And I did a bit of a schoolboy error as well. I haven't had any breakfast, and I haven't eaten lunch. So soldiering on at the moment. Soldiering on. Right. Bish, bash, and bosh. History Museum. But yeah, I think this is described as what you say is absolutely living the dream. Is how this goes. Oh well, it is. But all I'm doing is squatting and dropping underneath this table, one brick stud. It's been painful. The Rivendell has been moved more times than I've got fingers, I think. And obviously back of it comes. And then there's going to be tears to get this in the actual correct place. Because it is the correct place for it, to be fair. I do need to know what base plates it goes down on, because I've got to get the base plates down correctly. I've honestly crawled underneath this table probably 30, 40 times, I would say. And that's been generous as well. Right, that can go there. I need to make space for when it comes out. Yeah. So are we putting the Disney Castle on blue or green? Because the Disney Castle at the moment, I'm about to pull out, but I've got to tip the flipping thing over to get out there. Jay's like, I'll go back to lurking. Do you notice how he went to lurking when I moved the Disney Castle last time? And he's just sat laughing to himself because he knows how difficult this is to do. Well, to be fair, that's what everybody's design. So obviously the Rivendell is going underneath, but the eyeball staying where it is. It does look nice there though. That's gonna set people off. What do I do? Does that live there, or is it blocks the eyeball off too much, doesn't it? Blue. 1, 2, 3, 4. Magic stuff. Right, I will get my area prepared. Yeah, see, I know full well. That's why I didn't even want to move it in the first place, because I knew Jay. Oh, I'm just going to look. I was like, he knows, because Jay knows how hard this is to move, and he's been in this room. So it's like, I'm going to make you put the biggest thing in the most awkward place. You have to physically sit on the floor. You can't even do it on your knees either, and then tip it underneath, knowing full well it'll fall apart. Yeah, I like that. I do like their thing. I'm amazed that Jay doesn't want it. I think that's going to be. I think you're going to regret that, Jay. I think you're going to regret not actually taking a thing with that. So Shibo's all in for the sushi restaurant, and Reese is in for the double. Not going for the boat, Reese. You're not going to do the triple. Yeah, so the camp, because we'll look at them again this evening. We'll look at them just for an hour, going over those sets and then just picking out some of our sort of fantasy top. I want to do like a fantasy top 5 for Bricklink Series 10, just to sort of round the little series up that we've done. But the sushi is just outstanding. It is outstanding. But yeah, I go for the one because I don't think, because I would rather get the Lion Knight's Castle and leave the Chemist, because I don't have, and I wouldn't get the pub either. So he's not a fan of the actual thing that it represents. He's not a fan of the bottle. I think that's the selling point, Jay, to me, to be honest. I quite like that design. I do quite like that design. So that is more minifigures that have just been squished and squashed. Squished, now dropped as well. Squished, squashed and dropped. Okay. Right, space has been made for the water, and then everything else around it will change after, so that's fine. Right, so we are base plated up and prepared for the incision of my arch nemesis. Right, turtle shell. That's nice. I'm supposed to be lurking. Yeah, well, we know why you try lurk, Jay, because you're going to wait for this to smash, and you're going to do the what's the dog from Wacky Races where it laughs to itself with its hand over, and it does that high-pitched wheeze as it laughs. That'll be you in a second. I'm balancing that. Look, just maybe not. That's not a good idea. Right, have I got enough space to pick this up and carry it like a pizza and rotate? I think so. Right, so we've got a squat and drop. You're now seeing this from a different angle. So I've got a squat and drop. I don't know if I have to drop to my actual hip. You can't get your fingers underneath it. and you can't pick it up from the towers. And the flag is hitting the top. But apart from that, it'll be absolutely fine, he says. Maximum effort. Right, here we go. Round number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Can I be clever? I'm going to take that bit off. Oh, dear. That has not gone well. Not gone well. I hate you, Jay. I hate you. You knew full well that was going to happen. Full well. Because it did it last time I did it, because it's the exact same repeat of what I tried to do last time on another live stream that we did. And now I'm going to have to pay like 1,000-piece pickup. That's our Disney castle, everybody. That's what it looks like, because literally everything else is on the floor. That has completely smashed. So I can't take the back of it off when it's underneath, because it slides. It has to lift up and come off, and I can't do it because it hits the roof. Well, there we go. So that is the bottom half of this castle. That's what it looks like. Everything else, I mean, actually, I can show you what I'm stood over at the moment. That's what I was expecting it to do on the way in. So yeah, that's the Disney Castle at the moment. Just down here. Look. So where are we? There you are. Oh, can I get you over? Yep. So that's smashed over the Rivendell, and then all smashed across the middle. So yeah, success. There we go. Yeah, that's it, Shiba. I know. The thing that you don't move into a place that you can't get back out again has just done exact same repeat of what happened last time. And this is what I knew. I knew it was going to happen. I should have just said no. I should have just said no. It's like, no, it's a stupid idea putting it here. It's a live stream rebuild. Honestly, I think at this point I would just throw it in a box and just pretend it never existed. Because this is such a fragile thing. But yeah, I've now got to make sure I've got all the pieces that are on the floor as well. Yeah. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be somebody that cares about this. I don't. I couldn't give an absolute rat's ass about this set at all. But I'm adding it to the list though, because don't forget, we've broken the medieval stuff, bit of Rivendell, now the Disney Castle, because it keeps getting moved. And I've reinforced the base of this, because that's how fragile the base was. It was up, over, round, down. Right, so that's that in all of its glory. Bluetooth strong, or does it work? So obviously that'll go to a different color. They'll go to a different color. Oh yeah, smashy is the way for that. I would like to say now that what was going to be achieved in this live stream, we are 2 hours and 45 minutes in, and we haven't actually placed one of the sets yet. just throw it out there. Not a single set is in the correct position. Now, hopefully, it's just the towers, because if that stayed together, It's just all the small and golden elements that you just know full well that we. So what was that? There's a bit. There's a bit. Let's do a Disney Castle pickup. So we've got that bit, that bit, that bit, that bit, that bit, that bit, that, and that. We'll add that in there for good measure. Yeah, so apart from that, it is a success. It's going to look all right, apart from the mess. So now we can actually get on with this for the next sort of hour, maybe. We should have, and then we'll just have to carry on with it next time with the track and things. But it's given us, it's not eating in, it's that, the front of that's not eating into to anything at all. You could just have the smaller Disney sets there. There is room for the Beauty and the Beast castle if required, but we want to have to get all the other little bits and pieces down. And there's another bit on it, so that can all live on this table because obviously don't particularly want that to be broken any more than what it already is. Now I need to find a place for you. Because my problem is I've now got broken pieces for the castle. I've got broken pieces for the AT-AT, broken pieces for Rivendell, broken pieces for this. And I've got a list of... I've honestly got enough stuff to repair that I don't actually think I need to buy anything this year. I've got a fair few. Jay, they're an absolute sack of shite. They are so badly put together. Honestly, the AT-AT is awful to put together. The Falcon, I was listening to a thing about it. They were saying that it was one of the most overhyped things that they've done. They've got them good now because the different... It's almost like the Beauty and the Beast castle is like the UCS AT-AT for what this set is. They messed this one up badly because it's so fragile, but the Beauty and the Beast, you can literally just put on one finger and spin around. And it's the same thing with that big thing as well. Yeah, so it just seems to be that it's always the Disney stuff. Always the Disney stuff. Always, always, always. But they're awful builds. They are so fragile. But then in all fairness, I did just have to tip that over on its side to get it back from underneath the table. And this is exactly what it did last time. We have got a lovely eye. Exactly that. We've got a lovely ring. Absolutely. But now we can actually crack on with this bit underneath. I couldn't give a monkeys that it's broken, but I just knew it was going to happen because it did it last time. So it's always the same. There's always certain sets that you just go, it's just don't touch them. But when it's in place, and if I show you from here, you can just see how much breathing space that's going to have. Look, see? So it's massive area around that with all the water going in front of it. So that should look quite smart. But this one is really sturdy. All right, Sean, no problem. Yeah, we'll be 8 o'clock just for an hour and a half, just doing the Bricklink stuff later on. So take it easy, sir. I will. I'm sure I'll really update you with what's been smashed. I've got a set to show you as well. I'll show you that later. Yeah, rather nice winter set. So with this castle that's underneath here, because I've got to move one or two bits until I can move you. Do you think I should put the castle against the back wall and put the Natural History Museum where the castle is currently? And that's obviously the start where they get the tickets. Oh, Ultra Bricks is on bag 5, the DeLorean. Shiva, what have you opened? Has your Bricklink program arrived yet? Yeah, because I've got enough to repair for about a year's worth of stuff. So that's going to keep me. That's going to keep me nice and busy. It just squished my T-Rex stand when it broke. That's not very nice, is it? What that T-Rex stand never do to you? There you go. Fixed it. I fixed the thing on live. You've got proof. I repaired a thing, and that can go just at the front there. There we go. Right, let's get this. I need to move. I need to move you. What battery have you got? You should be alright. You should be okay. I think the History Museum is going to have to go against the Purple Wall, and then it tells a story coming down from there. I think that's what it's going to have to tell, because the track can start on the inside of the outside of the History Museum, and then it will zigzag down, and then if we find other bits and pieces, I just need to find some of my CMF Roman minifigures for the Colosseum. So I like it ending at the Colosseum. I think that's a nice touch. But I need to move you to see onto this table, but I can't do that until the Natural History Museum's in. But the History Museum's going to have to go on grey, not white, and the white base plates are the ones that are down at the moment. Right, plan is forming. Okay, right. So can I move that? Move that just down. Move that back. And I can get you involved then on the correct place. Pirates, how are we? Good evening or afternoon, morning, whatever the case may be to you. Right, there we go. So you are now, finally, we're back to that bit. And we are back at it to a point. So that's it. So that's what we're currently dealing with. So yeah, I've got plenty of stuff to repair just from today. That's the most depressing thing. Right, so the castle, for this to work, will have to be that way round against, for it to tell a story. I can't impede on the Star Wars section, and the Natural History Museum might as well be the first thing that you see, because if that comes round, you can tell a story of the castle, story of other little bits and pieces, and it can be chopped and changed as it expands over a period of time. Right, okay. And if you notice, there's actually brown turd stains all around this, where they've actually got brown poop bits on the ground in the snow. That is actually with this set, by the way. Ooh. Oh, you got the Big Ben. Well, you can't go wrong with that. Oh, right, the Bricklink. I know the Bricklink modular construction set is the biggest one they've ever done as well, haven't they? It's the biggest. It's the biggest one, and it's the most expensive as well, which is tough because it is a amazing thing. Right. So this is the Bricklink Castle that we are relocating and removing. As this comes back round. So that is that. Right, that's there. So we can now. That looks effective there, doesn't it? Actually, probably looks better there, to be honest. Yes, HK. You just come back in. We have done stuff, but what you can actually see on camera just looks exactly the same as what it did about 2 hours and 50 minutes ago. Everything's finishing off the Hobbit. Well, you're living the dream, that Lego King. That's what set have you got? What the Shire, or you've actually got the old Hobbit sets? Yeah, so that's an actual. I've actually never seen the castle from that angle before, which is pretty smart. So the history museum's got to go against that back wall. That's got to go on grey because that's hard standing. That's the entry into the ride. You buy your ticket, tell a story, off you go. Right. So what story then, guys and girls, do you want to be told? So if we're going to tell a story to start with, we're going to have medieval, bit of fantasy, Colosseum, and then just spread it if I get some more castles. Is that the easiest way of doing it? Because that needs to come up. That we need to make some base plate trades is what I need to. Oh, they're over the other side. So because some of these. Yeah, because that opens 3-way. Oh, maybe we could start. We could have the. Oh, I tell you what, that might look quite nice. Start off with this just in front of the history museum. That could get pushed. Maybe might be able to get pushed into the corner a little bit more. Nothing yet arrived from the DPD, BTP or whatever. Brilliant design program. I can't say it quick. The Forest Den will allow me to finish up the medieval section. I'm not building anything at the moment, but the eyeball is next on the list to be unboxed. Well, if you'd like to sort of eyeball my eyeball, that's the eyeball in all its glory. There you go. So that's what that looks like. Oh, I think you need one in your life. I think it's a beautiful looking thing. And good afternoon and evening to everyone. You're going to have to be now relocated again. I don't know what's harder, moving the Lego sets or making sure I don't smash the laptop, to be honest. Right. You're there. That spins around there. Can I get this out? Come on. I just need to get the history. I need to get the history museum out, and then we should be okay. Sounds like it's raining heavily again on the ceiling as well. Oh, smashy. Let's bring that. I want to bring that dog forward. We don't want to hide the dog. Somehow, in all the medley, the roof of this is gone. Where the hell that's gone? I haven't got a clue. Dog at the front. There we go. Not a good idea to drop it on there, is it? Right, Natural History Museum. Oh, that's the light. That's all right. It survived. That is in. Right, that's where it start. That's where the rivals start. Fine. Actually think it needs to go on a base plate, to be honest. Where are you? There we go. Ooh, check out Oddly. Living the dream there, yeah? Yeah. Tomorrow lunchtime, Jay. Why? I've just said congratulations. Luckily, I said it before you said it. I was having a head rush at the time. Lego King's blown his back door out. Take that as you will. I don't know if that's innuendo, Lego King, or your actual back door of whatnot, but there we go. So yeah, Jay's just mentioned there's a massive historical ship in the next Bricklink. I'm not too sure what that has to do with anything. I want to go White Whales and minifigures. Oh, nice. Very nice. Yeah, very, very good. Very, very good. Great. Oh, it's another Disney castle piece. Oh, it goes on there. I wonder where that bit had gone. There you go. Look, I fixed a thing. See? There. I fixed something. Right. We are putting these two down. So we've left entry into this new land as well. So we're coming off Star Wars into this sort of history, medieval type scenario. And the fact that we've got the eyeball up top still, I think that should keep people relatively happy. Yeah, exactly. So that's where it'll start. I wonder if I can get the track. I want the track going past that though, so I've got to bring it over a smidge. So that is to there. I think that is wide enough for the train track to go in. Oh, I've done a thing. It is exactly the right width for a train track, look. Beautiful. Oh, fair enough. Well, as long as you got it, so you don't have to pay too much for postage. Then hopefully you should be all right. Right, two curves. Maybe curve it the other way so it's going into the corner. I've got literally train track everywhere at the moment, so I'm going to be using this as I go. And it's very much a case of make the track fit around, around the stuff. Right, that is spot on. Almost spot on, look, see? So that now, this will start telling a story. This is what we're going to do. We're going to have the train track going through the history. We're going to have one of these up this way, though. The Shire is not very tall, so I think that needs to go. Does that need to go in first, the Shire? And because these two are slightly taller, they come further around this way. The Rivendell will have to go further back, obviously. It's just getting the Shire in the correct place. I don't know where the best place is for the Shire to go. I'm not too sure where the Shire is going to go, but that is hanging on for dear life because all of this is only attached by like one stud. It's very, very bizarre. So it's not really meant to be moved, to be honest. Barandora is beautiful. I have it as a standalone display in the corner with a 5-foot thing. Oh, very nice. Well, you've got to keep it up to date with that, Shiva. I want to know everything. I want to know everything that you are doing, planning, and thinking of. We have wrapped this around. Just we can do. Oh god, I can't do turn around. We can do things like that where the track's obviously going to be going around from it, but yeah, I don't know because the History Museum has to start there because it's got the path needs to fit for the Star Wars. So we can't have something huge at the front, but I don't know if the Shire would be better just there. That looks quite smart, but at the same time, I don't know. Lego King's on bag 8 of his Shire at the moment. Very nice. Very, very nice. Yeah, it's much, much smaller than any of these, so I've got to be careful I don't swallow it. Maybe I should need to stay that way, don't you? I just need to make sure, if I need to grab the Shire, and just make sure it does not get squished, squashed and swallowed. Yeah, because this is tiny compared to all the others. It is very, this is what I'm after. Yeah, very, very tiny. So it is a case of, does this go, well, this has to go at the front, won't it? But it's just whereabouts. Because we could do something like that. If I can get a steep enough curve on the track, I could snake it round and then bring it in front of Rivendell and it could kick around the other way. That doesn't look right, actually. No. Oh. That looks better. Can I? Balls. I don't want to lose that much space. Oh, that works. That works. Do it the other way. I can just put some bits and pieces behind that. Can you see? Yeah. So I bring the track through that gap. So, because obviously space is a premium. And I can put the Bilbo Baggins Happy Birthday thing behind it. Yeah, so it's got to be at the front, and it's quite nice side on. Because don't forget, we're telling a story on a train. Is what we're doing. This is this part of the theme park. So we've got to add in the other bits. It's not going to be as easy as how I did it last time, but like that, for example, that can just be angled behind. Oh, that can live just there, so that's fine. The little tables and chairs, I can keep the Shire set all together with all of the trees, and I can keep it all quite close together. So again, I've added the, I know you can't really see it with the, it's an Olympic sport. I should have taken it up, but there you go. Look, see. So forget the box that's in the corner. You've got the dragon that's on top, so that should work. That should work quite well. Off by a rock. Can you imagine that? It wouldn't last very long, would it? Be called Off by a Rock, and it would just be me splattered on the floor. I wouldn't last very long, I don't think. Off by a Rock. Crunch. But yeah, that's the Shire. That's Bilbo. And then we've got the cake. That can go with it. And then there's the little tent monstrosity as well, isn't there? There. There's the little tent monstrosity. That actually might go just at the front. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so that's a box of the instructions is what you're seeing. So I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, you can kind of see. Just got to get out of the way. There. So that's the Shire. That works fine. And you've got the dragon wrapped round, so that's eaten into that. So I've got to carry on with this track and just feed it through. So Rivendell at the back, and then the medieval stuff at the front. Yeah. Because don't forget, the train that's being used is the Orient Express. So there'll be the big blue train will be on this track. So that's the plan of attack for this. I don't know. Which way do I? Yeah, I think I might curve it round. Yeah, that might work. That might work. Put the big Rivendell at the back, and then put. I can get the Dungeons and Dragons at the front round here. I'll be able to literally almost horseshoe that track around. Make sense? Can you see what's going on? I've got a clue, by the way. I am making this up royally as we go, and I need to grab some more track. So you can entertain yourselves. Finding more of the Disney Castle that I dropped as well, by the way. That's appearing more and more. Yeah, that seems to potentially work. Oh, that's another 4 pieces of the Disney Castle. Wrecked. Disney Castle is wrecked. Track. I need some track, is what I'm after. A handful of stuff on its way. Okay. Oh. All right, so we need some more curves. Another curve. That noise was something just falling off one of the Star Wars sets. I'm not even anywhere near it. So literally, they just unping themselves. Yeah, so that's telling the story of that. And I think, yeah, we're going to have to literally just now have a big curve coming round and then snake it underneath the table legs. That's how it's going to have to go. Does that look all right? Does that make sense? If it's supposed to be a bloody history, fantasy type of ride. So before I get too carried away, I've got to put Rivendell in next. And if I do Rivendell, do I put the waterfall back? Do I put the Monkey Kid waterfall back behind it? Yeah, that's it. I'm sure you can get some great content videos out there if you start doing some different bits and pieces. Right. D&D. Oh, that's where the tree goes. We are going to be doing probably a gazillion piece pickup by the time that this is all done and in. Now the question is, does Rivendell? I bet it doesn't. I bet Rivendell will not fit in this gap between the table legs, and I'll have to probably angle it, to be honest. But we'll see. I bet you that is not going to work, or is it going to work in my favour? Is it for the first ever time going to kick the way I need it to kick, not the wrong way? Because this set is quite painful at times, to be honest. All right, where is the bit? I was there. Here it is. You've checked the bags and you've got no legs for the minifigures. Well, the legs are in an internal bag. So either you're missing all of the internal bag or you've lost the figure, you've lost the legs, because you wouldn't not just get the legs, because they're usually in one of those little, in smaller, they're in one of the smaller bags normally. Just finding more stuff. Oh, right. Finding more stuff. I really just like the video so far, guys. Thank you. If you've taken part in the poll, perfect. I'm cautious of this battery, so I think I'm going to try and plug you back in. Ooh, yeah, hang on. All right, crawling back under. Grief. I have got so many sets on the floor at the moment. I'm getting underneath that table. It's getting more and more difficult. More and more difficult. I reckon I'll get out of the cave, okay? We should be good. We should be good. I've got far too much to repair, though. That is the only problem. Apart from that, you should be all right. He says, because we never know. Right, I did find a little something to go next to that. I don't know where it's gone. Oh, I'm definitely going to stand on my own phone, do I? That would have been disastrous. That would have been a disaster. Oh, that's another thing gone. See, that's the thing. I can't really keep moving these cables because the cables get wrapped around the elements, and I've just taken part of the tree off from the loop coaster. The loop coaster is not even involved in tonight's conversation, so I'm not 100% sure why, but there it is. All right, good. There, down, done. Right, so we can now, you're now plugged in and you can kind of see. I am going to have to try and squeeze the Rivendell in at the back because it's just so big. You can't really go at the front. I angle it through the table legs and carry on, and then I'll just keep pulling out the rest of the stuff that I wasn't expecting to do. But this, I don't know if it will. I don't know if this is going to be kind or not, because I moved all of the Star Wars stuff underneath here, and then obviously now you had to change everything. So now, how much of an angle is straight? No. Ow. Right, so that is hitting. That's hitting the table leg. So if I kept it at that angle, and it went there. Can I get? Right, so that's connected. That's in. And that is pushed right up against the other castle. So that is the angle so far of Rivendell. So if I can get out your way, you can then see, because I'm sure it's just my bum cheeks that are in the way. Right, so that is there. There you go. So there's Rivendell kicking in. And I'm going to have to put something behind the back of that bit for Rivendell. Might have to put some smaller buildings in the front on there, though, because it's quite a big thing. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, nearly 5:10. Yeah, got it. Panic, found it. That's right. Yeah, so it's all good. Yeah, so I need to get the track. I bring the track around. Set-wise, we've just got one more of those. We've got the waterfall. Do we use the waterfall for this display? You know what that is, don't you? Underneath the table on the other side. Of course it is. There it is. Oh, there it is. I was looking for that. Just found the little Lord of the Rings thing as well. So that'll go with the eyeball. We'll go with the eyeball. Right, so we have got that bit goes with the eyeball to your left. You now know where the eyeball is, obviously, so that can go there. You can get pushed back a little bit. DeLorean done. Well, you live in the dream, aren't you? You are living the dream. What's the build experience like? And is it as detailed as what it looks, or is the stickers a bit of a pain in the ass? I think if I brought that around that way. Does that need to will this curve enough or not? No. That's annoying. That is a annoying. Right, so that curves too much. So do we need to add in a straight to a curve? Yes, there it is. One straight, double curve. And that now, that will go, he says, behind that table leg. So that's okay. Yeah. I don't know whether to do that differently. I don't know whether to go half and half. Do I split it down the middle? Or not? Have you guys ever tried to add tracking to displays? Do you find it all right, or is it a bit of a pain? I think that's kicking in too much now. No. No. I had it right. Ooh, I had it right the first time. Oh, so we've got two DeLorean builders in. So you live in the dream with that one. Living the dream. That is there. That there goes. That's the way. Right, we've done it. We've got it going in. So you can see the front of Rivendell now. Sheba's even got it. Not built. Why haven't you built yours yet, Sheba? If you're in between, you're resting your fingers. How's your Lego build related injury going, by the way, Reese? What does that look like? Is that starting to look like some sort of nice display or not? So Jay's had a great track. I'm going for a forward and back wiggle round, as you guys and girls can see. But I will have to go. Because me and Jay are like glass, right? Jay will do something and it fits to the stud. What you guys can't see from there, if I lean over, I've got to feed that bit of track between that leg. Seems simple enough? But there's another leg here. I've got a third leg, which I've got to feed it through that third leg because it can't overhang. Otherwise, I can never get this table back on. So literally, I have got a tiny gap to try and get that through. And I'm going to have to try and curve it back through and hope for the best. It'll look nice. Looks right back to working order now, says Reese. Yeah, so what your fingers are back to working order. Yeah, there we go. Did the salt water sting by any chance? Oh, that would have been very, very painful. Right, so we've got a bit more of... So with the Rivendell set, do I just keep... I don't know physically if I can have it as a threesome. Two-way is fine, but a three-way might be a bit... It might not work with the track. So I might have to relocate its length somewhere else. Now, we've got that other set is this one just here, but we've also got the waterfall. Now, with the waterfall, I don't know, because normally I put it behind, but I don't think that's going to work. So I can't really put it in front. So that's going to be our Pokemon. That'll be in our Pokemon section. That is going to be the scale, actually, of Pokemon, isn't it? Let's be honest. That kind of scale just there. So that can be all water-based stuff. So there we go. We've got an addition to our Pokemon display. It did. Oh, well, the other suggestion wasn't just me; it was also Sean as well. Sean started it all off. Let's be honest. Well, you know, that's it. I mean, Ultra Bricks caught that one. So he caught the third leg. But yeah, I've got a problem with the third leg. It's a tight gap is my third leg because I've got one. So I've got table leg there, and then another one there, and it is literally 2 studs wider than a full length of the track. Oh, Jay's developed a whole theme park with a burger on the inside. That's going to be the next thing, like burger stalls or food stalls for me. I need a food area. I need like a food court, I think. Right, this is staying on its own base plate because this one, for whatever reason, compared to the other one, I'm assuming the Disney Castle landed on it. Something went wrong with it because I don't understand where these bits have come from and all the bases come off. So that would live. I mean, it kind of tells its own story, doesn't it? With it going just there like that. That's the front. It's the back of it. So if we spin it around, there we go. Oh, it's stepped, spin it around. What do you think? Those two like that? Working all right so far? I'm going into a new cave. Yeah, I'm working my way around there. So don't forget, this will be packed of minifigures, which will be characters to the ride as well. But yeah, that's what because as you can see, most of the minifigures are down here, squished, with trees and all that sort of stuff. But it's just getting the spacing right. But this one needs some attention. So this is on its own base plate. So this is on the list. Oh God, I'm sounding like Chris Jericho. I'm making my own list now to repair stuff. You've made the list. Right, so D&D can go behind Rivendell at the angle, or because we're finishing with the Colosseum, aren't we? I think that's the plan. I don't know what Jay was trying to get at with the Bricklink thing before and the endurance. But there's the 3 pieces of Dungeons and Dragons. As I move bits. Now we've got the burrow, but to be fair, the burrow can bugger off. So that can disappear. So the burrow is out of here, I think. I don't think that will work in this sort of thing. Not with the story we're now trying to tell. I don't think it will work. But I have got, look, the instruction booklet. Ooh, where are you now? So yeah, got that ready to go. But I am now moving my way down to the next table. Question is, don't forget this thing is huge. Big length on this, big length. Look at that. Look at that. That's outrageous. I've just killed somebody. Rightly so as well. Who are you? Oh, you're the absolute numpty. You can be led underneath the track for us. Yeah? That look all right? Does it look? Hang on, Jay's got hold on a minute. I can't tell. I can't keep turning my head quick enough. So you have to. Hang on. Matt, if an angle came down and not, hang on, if an angel came, never. I know that's never going to happen to me. Offered you either a Lego Golden Woo, only 4 existing, valued at $104,000, or immortality, which you choose. Immortality, absolutely, because then it gives me more chance to get my hands on that figure. Okay, I will. There we go. That's an easy conversation. That's how quickly I've forgotten. I don't know what Jay's talking about, so I've forgotten about it. Jay's holding on. Hold on for a minute. So that is the next part of this Tran. And of course, we can pick and choose where it's going to start. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, I would pick Live Forever, I think. It's a good question, though. But it's, like I said, just gives you more opportunity to get what it is you want. That's what I mean about the Orient Express. A lot of you guys and girls were saying, "Oh, you'd really like the Express," but you saw how many bits of track that were down already, yeah. And right, see, this is that big. It's even got a moving. It's got another third. Keep on topic. Got third leg and a third wheel, and that is going in just there. So that's how long this train is. And if you've got the Bricklink Designer Program train, it's going to be this long. So basically, huge is what it is. Basically huge. And it is this thing, the locomotive on this is absolutely stunning. Oh, Jay. It's retired, Jay. It's retired. You come up with these ideas too late. How are we going from a medieval castle to a Titanic under the water? You could have just said, I need the Lion Knight's castle, and I could have just gone, yeah, fair enough. Or Minister Tirth Earth Girth. That's what I'm going to start calling it now. I'm going to call it Master Girth. So we've got the eyeball and Master Girth. There we go. And if you don't understand what I'm going on about, then tough. If you just spat your drink out all over your keyboard, then you know what I'm going on about as well. So Master Girth. Right, that looks, I think, quite impressive. Yeah, look all right. Not too bad. Ultra Bricks. Oh, stop. Oh. Don't get involved. Okay, why? Tell me the story of what we're doing. Because we're going outside of Frozen Castle, past the Shire, through the bits and pieces. This is actually telling a story. And like I said, we can carry on the full length of the room doing this. Master Girth. Minister Girth. Yeah. Master Earth? Master Earth. There we go. I prefer Girth, though. Why do I want the Titanic for? I always have to get Celine Dion minifigure. And is it Brad Pitt? I think it's Brad Pitt, isn't it? Young Brad Pitt. Right. Are we happy to a degree that this is starting to look like what it is? Because obviously, once I've added all 100,000 figures that are literally dotted around, it'll be absolutely fine. Now, don't forget the train is also going back down for my Winter Village display every single year as well. But is there anything else that you guys and girls can think of that needs to go in at this point? I don't think I can physically chop and change anything else. I think the track at the moment is just naturally flowing. But my issue is going to be the third leg. That is what the issue is going to be. So basically now what that's opened the doors up is what Jay's now trying to say is basically any historic set can now make its way underneath here. That's what you're saying. Yeah. You look horrible, you know that. Oh, I tell you what, that one little bit of flexi track, I might get through this. Yeah, you can't see my issue. You can't. Would anybody like to see my third leg? Would you like to see my third leg? I'll show you my third leg. Right. My third leg. What Jay doesn't have a problem with. That's where the track's going through. So that's what you can't see. It's never that simple in this day and age for me, ever. So I've got to get the track through my third leg. There we go. That's what I'm fighting with at the moment. Well, the opportunity that I had, gone. 321 sold it, which I'm really happy that he did, because 321 offered it me at cost price, and I waited too long. What I should have done it, I should have really done this earlier, and we would have had space for it, but I just didn't. So that's a good point, Hugh. Actually, if you wanted some adult content, you'd have to sign up to the the new reward member scheme, where we will be doing adult live stuff, which would be good fun. And then you get perks of Jay with golden toilets and golden toilet paper and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, flexi back. Oh yeah, that flexi track's a lifesaver. Straight in there. There it is. Look, see? Ooh, bit of flexi. Come on. Oh, we are absolutely golden. That is literally in the middle. In the middle. Now, where I'm going to now, are we doing D&D next? Because at what point, when do we put the Colosseum in? When do we put the Colosseum in? Do I do it? Do I get the desert castle? Do we have like the yin yang? Does it go back through and it goes to a dried up desert as well? And that could be the other, because that Bricklink Castle's coming series next, isn't it? So I've got snow and sand. So I've got the two like unusual ones. Because that could literally be pinned against the back wall further down. But yeah, so this actual current display that we're doing could literally, it could go all the way to the roller coaster. I mean, we will obviously try and keep it neat and tidy and probably get it to the onto the other side of these legs. But as I'm going down, I guess I should do a strip of blue next to break it up. So after the Shire, got to finish the Haunted House, then Ninjago Gardens. Yeah, you're busy. Yeah, you want to try and get that Haunted House finished this year for the Halloween, because you missed out on last one, didn't you? So you can try and get it. You can try and get it done. That'd be really good. Got all my tails. Yeah, so it's working as a history thing. It is working. I actually really like how the Shire is on that, because I like the fact that I can see. I've got Bilbo Baggins' birthday that I can see perfectly clear, but this plastic tub's in the way, so you will see that. Now, do I put this really bizarre giveaway in with the water scene? Yes. Well, I could either put a load of pickpockets around. Isn't that Italy? Sorry, no, France, Paris. They've got the problems with pickpockets, or is it actually in Rome? Well, what I need to know is what era or thing am I coming into next, and can I actually use, like, would the treehouse work here, or do we think the treehouse would work well with the Pokemon stuff? Because all I've got at the moment is the Dungeons and Dragons castle, but I've got all the other base plates to put down that we can space. And I think, to be fair, that castle, even though it looked nice against the blue, you can't really see it very well, but I think that is a really nice color, because I can see the metal flake perfectly. Yeah, so we've got to get the treehouse set in, Reese, at some point as well. That's got to be done. Oh, well, I'll have to have a load of Roman minifigures around the Colosseum. I'll bring that up later. Because basically what I'm trying to get at is, do we do the Colosseum next to Rivendell? Because that way, I just need to know if the track is going to carry on going in a straight line, or if it's going to wrap behind the next set as like an S. Yeah, I think, to be fair, Ultra Bricks, now we've got the eyeball. Because if you think, really, like, I'm just doing this as an excuse to stand up. So if you think, we created that display here with all of that, didn't we? So all of that's one looking nice corner, and then we've just managed to do that, which works. All space. So all of that is future sets. Granted, the flipping Disney castle is in pieces, but that is what I would be looking at, though. So you can just imagine how tall that thing is going to be. It would look very, very nice indeed. And we've still got double Kallax of space, so that's another 9 base plates. So how many base plates of actual space have I got? Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With nothing on. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 25 on that side of the room, and then probably another 18 on this side. So 25 and 18. Yeah. So there's no girth coming into here then. We're not putting that in. Because it could potentially, if it ever appeared, we could add the girth at the very end and then have the airport behind it. I mean, if Jay's very kindly going to donate it to the channel, then that'd be very, very kind of him. But we've got to get the Enterprise dangling up from the ceiling. Obviously, I need to pick that up at some point. But no, I just basically want to carry on with the land and get an actual whole land complete. That's why this bit works, because it's done. That now should not be touched for a long time. But no, it's just carrying on with this. So we just need to keep plonking on with this. There's plenty of space. There's plenty of space because the Mario will go in the Kallax, so that the Mario's safe as long as Bowser fits in the Kallax. If it doesn't fit in the Kallax, it stands where he is at the moment, and I can put the track around him. So, yeah, so it's the one that I wasn't looking forward to. Its thing is though, it will be huge. Oddly, it'll be a really big set, but it's not what I did. I knew what it was. I'm not a fan. So, Pigpen and some chickens, as it tells a story on our. We could put some pigs at the front just here, Lego King, just at the front there. We could do something here, but there is actual stuff with this that needs to be added into the middle. So yeah, so the question still lies: what's the next kind of base plates that go down? What strip do I do next? That is the thing, because we've got about 20 minutes, and then I'm going to get some food, and then we'll do a live stream again at 8 o'clock. So we've got about 20 more minutes of just fondling about with this. Because the burrow isn't going to work in here, is it? So that's going to have to, the burrow is going to have to be sort of go, I think, is the safest thing to say for that. Fantastic. It looks great, but I've got no use for it whatsoever. So can I get? Yeah, we've got a fair. Probably just in the next section before we get anywhere near the airport, we've got another 6 base plates. So this is the expansion of this now. But again, you can see the problem we've got Star Wars stuff everywhere. That's why I want it in and done. So when it gets done, it's in and done, not like I have to keep moving these boxes to make space to do other stuff. What is this? We've got Jewel on Mandalore, mint, battle pack, 2 battle packs, mint. So yeah, there's stuff there. All that needs to go in the Star Wars section. I'll catch up with all of you guys, and so I keep unplugging the laptop and keep forgetting about it. So it's not exactly the brightest of ideas. Yeah, it's a lot of money. It's big. Yeah, that's it. It is big. It is big. So, and the problem is that 15th anniversary minifig is also going to be expensive. So it's a tough one, really. Oh, right. Let's get this in. You've got all of these little bits as well, haven't we? Like these are all the little bits that go with that. So they're all dotted. They're all dotted about in here. I have got a Disney parade thing that can go with the new Disney castle now. So that'll do the trick. There, King says a couple of trees. Yep, they can be added in later. Because obviously none of this is just a template. I've just got the base plates down, get the track in, and then the detailing can happen at a later date. But no, I have actually got a Disney. I've got both. I've got both Disney floats. I've got this one, and I've got the new one. So I can have a long float outside the Disney castle now for the first ever time as well. So how chunky do we make this water? Do we go all in on the water, or are we going water? Are we going different colour? I don't know what it is you guys wanted next, because we're now in the next section. We're in the bonus round now. We're in the Billy Boner. So yeah. Well, this right now is the option to move the T-Rex. The T-Rex goes against the back wall. So it's the only, or we put we put the new one down here when a new one happens. Oh. Does anybody in the chat like Fortnite, by the way? Does anybody like Fortnite at all? Anybody a Fortnite fan? Oh, Reese. You Ultra Bricks and Jay have twisted my arm there. If Ryan was in here, he's got it and built it. And I'm not too sure how painful it was. So it looks like Jay, Reese, and Ultra Bricks are all liking the that idea. So I'm just going to cover this in blue and then leave it be, yeah? Oh yeah, the big one. Yeah, that would make sense. We can try and add that in. I can't do it now. It's got no legs. I actually now don't know where his hip has gone. We've moved everything so many times because that was all neat and tidy together. And I've got a bad feeling. God damn. It's his foot. His foot came off, didn't it? I don't know where his foot's gone. Well, Jay thinks the Titanic's epic, but would refuse to buy it, which says Liverpool on the back. Because he's a Man United fan. If there wasn't like really 5 expensive sets, I'd have more. I know, Reese. Well, yeah, it's tough, isn't it? Do I dare ask how much that is? Can you actually just write it in the chat for me and let me know how much it actually is? I am currently struggling to move because I've got so much on this floor. Right, there we go. One. Ah, yeah, that's what's needed as well, that little thing. 2, I wonder where that was. I was eyeballing some other stuff. I was like, is that this in there? good. Okay, on the way back, we've got some more base plates. Oh, some more base plates. Oh yes, the problem of my third leg and that base plate. That's gonna be the fun one. I'm gonna have to pull these out, aren't I? Oh, didn't think of that. You didn't tell me that, you lot, did you? I need to spread my legs. You need to spread my legs. That needs to come. Marvellous. I think that's where the blue's going to start. I think that needs to go green because that's where the next Rivendell bit's going to go. So that needs to be pulled out. I think that one needs to come. That could be. I don't know what colour that could go. Green. That one. That one. What's that? So yeah, I'm gonna have to mess around with all those tables. Well, that's those base plates in rough. I can't get them in. I can't move that table with all that stuff on top. 2028. Okay. So people just obviously picked it up on times 2 points and got excited about it, or maybe it's been redone. Yeah, because the airport can go either where the Bowser is at the moment. Because I want to put an airport in a small little airport. So I think the airport could go just beside the Winter Village across the top on there. So that'd be like a nice little bit thing in. Ouch. And that's the sets that you want to pick up when? By Christmas? Oh, Reese. Oh, Reese. That's not good. Well, by the sounds of it, I need a Willy Wonka. And then we need to have a serious think of other sets that's going on. But what I need to do, I'm trapped, is I need this little thing. Let me go. Just see, just little things like that make that work really well. Where is it? Oh, there. There it is. Right, the length. Right, so that's all together. That's all together for the first time again in ages. So the Rivendell is. Oh God, I'm just going to crawl out of the way. There. So that's your Rivendell. That's where the track's going to go. So I can start off with another display at the back. Probably not all by Christmas, but you know how it goes. Well, yeah, that's it. It's a lot to get, isn't it? That's the thing. A lot to get, a lot to build. Because that's something I don't have anything to build, but clearly I've got quite a lot to fix. A lot to fix at the moment, and now I need to prioritize certain things and what it is that I'm going to be doing and that kind of thing. Right. Yeah, we need something. I know what we can put at an angle behind the Rivendell, because that's how that's all going to go. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to relocate you for a second. Put that back on. Spin you round. Oh, I know it would fit under there for now. A Potter. Oh, the Wiggly Potter set would fit under behind that, wouldn't it? Okay. Oh, I'm doing Okay. So Titanic's just under. How long is it though? Give it to me. Give it to me in base plate length. Because if you're looking at a Colosseum and the Titanic, that's going to take up a huge amount of space, obviously, at the other end. Oh, 5 base plates. Oh, okay, I missed that. 5 in length, 1 wide. Okay. Let's get this placed. So it's out my way. Because I can't do anything with it anyway, even if I'm not going to keep it. I can't. It's in the way. So, as it stands, this can go hiding. Why does that? What's going on with this window? Ah, there we go. That's not wanting to sit in, but it is. No, it's still not wanting to sit in. There, we're in. Okay. I've got to try and get this scooped from underneath again. And I can have this angled behind the Rivendell for now, because there's nothing else that will fit there. So this is actually physically the only thing that will fit is out the way. You can see it. I can see it clearly from this side. And that will slot up directly behind there. So you're moving on to the next section of the ride. See? That's not too bad. It works. It works. That's what I wanted, Ultra Bricks. The Titanic's about 1.5 domestic cats long. There we go. That's what we need. Is that full stretch, or is that just led down half asleep? Because I need a little bit more than that. Right, that did slot. That slotted straight in around my third leg, which is good. Right, we're just going to spend the last 10 minutes having a look-see at this. Because well, it's knackered. I can't put the D&D in properly, but I will just put it in out the way safely. Because I can't do anything with that. But if the D&D is going to be the start of our water, then it's a case of, well, what goes on from there. But I think we are going to have to be. I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to get the Colosseum in first and see what space you've got left. If you think it would look nice underneath here, which, to be fair, I think it will. Yeah, I think so. I think that's what I was kind of thinking, because you that also allows me then, if I want to put the dust keep with the Roman Empire. So you got that sort of thing that you could do. Now I don't know if this is ambitious or stupid, or if this could be actually doable. If I could actually get this back together again. It's like Humpty Dumpty. So it had a very big fall, but I don't know where the length goes. I could look at the instructions, but I don't want to cry too much, to be honest. So is this even feasible? Assuming that bit goes in there, that bit goes round on that bit like so, that bit goes into there, there you go. Look, see, there's a bit of length missing. So that's a good start. Oh, we're just repairing a length. Which is a long pink piece. That's even if it was with this, by the way, because it's broken so many times, it's probably not around here. But no, in the next, obviously, few live streams, once all these are in and done and whatever else, it was my high vis. That was it was my high vis. I'm glad you noticed. See, I'm glad it was all planned. It was all planned. Yeah, it's once all the other little bits and pieces are in, we can kind of wait and see what happens with regards to everything placement wise, can't we? Because this all needs to come neat and tidy, so nothing's going to be done on this. This is now in the way, so I've got to get this. Really, I've actually got to fix the Disney Castle first, because I need this table. So this is now sort of port of call with regards to a repair thing. And I think I am going to need the destructions, because even if that is how it goes, which it kind of looks like it is, I can't figure out where the star would go. I'm assuming. I'm just making it up. I'm assuming that would be something like that. There's the missing piece for this. It's not bad, not bad, not bad. That's the missing bit that goes down at the bottom, just in there. Now, is this the long tower length? Is that where this is or not? That look right to you? I'm not looking at any instructions. That look half like it's in. I think that's right. Well, that's now broken even more. Because one of these pieces were knackered anyway. I think that's the main tower. I think that's okay. There's definitely a piece missing though. And then we've got these back windows, front windows, side bits. Ugh. They're too badly damaged, so I can't figure that out. Balls. I'm gonna what's our place? Okay. It's got to go higher. That might go there. Like I said, I'm just lying. I'm just making this up. Completely. I haven't got a blooming clue. Oh, that goes there. Oh, that's where that bit goes. That makes sense. So that must be a matchy piece. Ooh, okay. Yeah, making progress. So I've got the 2 fireworks back on. So we've got some height. So that's suddenly all gone back together. It's this bit that's been badly smashed, because clearly that's the bit that goes at the front, somewhere around there, or even there. And then you've got all the other little bits and pieces that wrap around it. And then you've got this end that goes on somewhere. And then you've got like all the little coney bits and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's far too much to do now, because we're already 6 o'clock. So I want to get some food, but I'm going to put this in. So I want you to let me know what you think this looks like when it's in. So right, you can see what's going on. Oh, that's why. Because there's all these pieces as well, isn't there? So no wonder I can't put 2 and 2 together, because there's loads of pieces falling inside itself. So that's all. You don't want that going on the left like this, right? So that's all the flags, all golden stuff. Now, if I put this on correctly, it shouldn't fall off. If I haven't put it on correctly, then it's just going to fall straight back off again and be a disaster. So what does that look like? That work? Hey, Sean's back. Back again. There's a piece missing off the bottom. There it is. Even I could tell that was missing, so that needs to slide. That needs to slide and glide over more. I'll show you what we've done, Sean, before I go, should I say. So that's what we've got. So we got back from Leeds, got 2 new Lego sets. Amazing. What sets did you pick yourself up? Yeah, so we've got, that's the space that we've got for basically where it's white is obviously the next land. So that's the 8. And then you've got this, the haunted house. Haunted house can come right over to the edge. Then we've got 32 studs on the other side as well. Oh, you've missed loads, Sean. Me smashing stuff, me putting all of that stuff in. Oh, it's been, and the eyeball's moved as well. There it is. There's your eyeball. So all the Rivendell's been relocated. All the bits and bobs have gone on. So yeah, and this was, well, yeah, 3rd leg, full deep length penetration as well for some of the things. There was a lot of 3rd leg talk, and that was actually technical talk as well, because my 3rd leg actually got in the way. We had to figure that out, Sean. But the 3rd, we managed it. We did it. And yeah, we've got options now, but I need to. Actually, looks nice there. That looks nice. So that's what I'm looking at. See, look how much height I've got, so I can go much taller. Just the usual stuff, yeah. Just the usual stuff. But that's what we've done. We started to add in all of those bits. So we've got all the track coming through, and it goes into the next section. So now apparently there's Titanic talk. There's all sorts of talk of stuff that needs to be done. So, but yeah, I'm gonna skedaddle in a second, get some food, and then we've got the Bricklink designer program to go over. So that'll be 7:40. It'll be starting between 6:30 and 8, and we'll just try and get it nailed no more than 90 minutes, because we need to take a look at the we need to have a look at the Bricklink Design Program Series 7, which is obviously the thing that's going to go live. Then we want to do like almost like a fantasy top 5 of what we think would work for that your top 5. If we don't get a chance to do that, I do that as a separate upload. But we'll do the Bricklink stuff regardless. Take a look at all the new Lego sets in detail, because we've not done that. Maybe do a little bit of Lego shopping for up here, because Jay just said like Titanic iceberg. I want to see the other little bits and pieces as well, so we can see exactly what all those different bits and pieces are, what those different bits and pieces are about, because there's a lot of different things to take a look at this evening, and it's just going to be interesting to see what people are thinking of the final designs for tomorrow, because don't forget, if you don't do it tomorrow, then game is over. So Mark has gone to Leeds and picked himself up a nice taxi. So that is part of obviously the airport range. I'm a big fan of that. I do like the look of that. So there's one taxi and 604 as well. 60484 is nice. Very, very nice. Because I was in the process of making room for this. I gave myself 9 base plates for a display, but I think we can squish that down to probably 6, I think, and then expand the Mario back into the Kallaxes. So that's the kind of stuff that we're going to be going over on. So guys, thank you very much. Thank you for your help. Thank you for being nice and emotional. You've got your backdrop that you guys and girls wanted. Now I'm in the middle of the table now, so you're seeing something completely different all over again. But that is what you lot created today. That's what you guys and girls created yesterday. So that is the full. I can never do this. So it's mirrored, isn't it? So that is the full wraparound. All of that is what's been done. Obviously, the Ferris wheel is only there for a rubber ducky, and then it just carries on all into Potter and all that kind of thing, and then it carries on underneath. So food time for me, and then I'll catch everybody up on the Bricklink stuff. So make sure you save a place for Mona. Oh, the art. I think I should take the Arkham Batman down and just put Mona up on there. I think that's where it needs to be. There's a whole wall to itself, I think, Sean. But we'll discuss that later on. Right, guys, everybody, take it easy. Thanks very much indeed. And I will be on between 7:30 and 8 o'clock. Take care, everybody. Bye, bye, bye.